this tonight. Mr. Rigsby should be with us shortly, but want to go ahead and get started. Without further ado, would you please join me with the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If Councilman Tim Jones could please lead us in prayer.
Folks, if you would, bow your heads. Dear Lord, we thank you for all the blessings, large and small. We thank you for those who serve us, from the military to the police, farmers, doctors, nurses, and firemen, and all the others. We thank you for our U.S. Constitution. We thank you for our state, our town, and every citizen, rich or poor, young or old. Please lead and guide and direct us. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. All right, next up is review and adopt the agenda. I have a couple things to add. I was reviewing the agenda and noticed we only had 20 items, so thought I might add a couple. I'd like to add item 9A under new business, and this is for Mr. James Reed to present an Eagle Scout project to the town of Stokesdale for Town Park. I would also like to add a 9C to the agenda under new business. This is for Aaron Babson of Hazen and Sawyer to present the modeling results for potential town water system extensions. Additionally, it looks like council comments is after the closed session meeting. We will have a closed session meeting tonight, and I would like to add council comments to go right after the citizens' comments and before we go into closed session. Do you guys have any objections to any of those changes? Do you have any additional changes yourself or additions?
You said it was a 9A and a 9C?
9A and 9B. I might have said it wrong.
Okay.
I probably did.
I'll make a motion to adopt the agenda.
I'll second that. All right, we come to vote. I'm aye.
Aye.
And Tim?
Aye.
All right, next on the agenda is review and adopt minutes. We have the November 9th, 2021 regularly scheduled town council meeting minutes. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that we adopt the minutes as written.
I will second that motion. Without any discussion, we'll move to vote. I'm aye.
Aye.
Tim?
I'm aye.
Okay.
Does anybody know who's making all that noise?
Oh, that's Jim.
What in the world is he doing in there?
Putting his cooler up.
I don't know. He'll join us, I guess, as his time permits.
Well, I'm just concerned it's bleeding over to the town's recording devices if I can hear it so well.
Fair enough. Next on the agenda, we have the closed session minutes from October 13th of 2022. I'll make a motion that those are adopted as written.
Can we continue this to like 9D? I think I got them in this envelope, but I haven't opened them. I don't know when they just appeared here, so I haven't read them. I'm at a disadvantage. I'm not voting on them until I read them.
Okay, we're gonna table that down to 9D, where we will vote on that later in this meeting.
Do we need a motion to table? If so, I'll move we table it.
I'll second it. And I'm aye. Jim? E?
I'm aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Next up is public safety reports. Welcome, Mr. Todd Galton, Stokesdale Fire Chief.
Good evening, councilman and citizens.
Evening, Tom.
Hope everybody had a safe and enjoyable holiday. At least from a weather standpoint, with the cold, it felt like the holiday season and Christmas. No snow or anything, but hope everybody had a safe one. For the fire department for the month, we had a busy one. We ran 117 calls during the month of December. Of those, 56 were medical related, 39 were in the other category, and 22 were in the fire related category. And as I do every year, as we start to get colder, and I'm kind of lagging behind this year, Mother Nature pulled a fasting on us and let it be really cold in December. But I'd like to take the opportunity to remind everybody about alternative alternative heat sources, be it wood stoves, fireplaces. Big thing is, your kerosene heaters. And we really, stress making sure that you maintenance those every year, just like you do, your chimneys and basically your vehicle, everything you're gonna use your phone to connect to your unit. And please make sure that you put the right fuel. Okay, we see so many accidents listed where someone has accidentally picked up gasoline, put in there. Remember, that goes into that wick, and it's much more flammable than the kerosene and what's designed to go in there. So please make sure that you're putting the fuel, into the device that it is built to accept. One of the other things that we like to remind people too, is generators have become a really big part of society now, whether you have them put in or you have portable. And as I've told y'all a couple of years ago, we really, were very fortunate, and we like to have a disastrous situation in our district involving a generator. And when those things says well vented, our ideal well vented is outside. Okay, not in a garage, because a lot of times you forget, you put them in the garage, you crack the door, you think you're okay. And if there's no air circulating, you have a living space above the garage or whatever, it's going right up, filling your house up with CO, which you can't smell, you can't taste. Obviously, you know, that's a recipe for disaster. So our recommendation is if you're gonna use one, put it outside. You know, get it away from the house, get it out. And even at that point, make sure that you take care of it. On this same weekend, we had a very unusual situation happen where the folks had a generator set up. And what the exhaust done was blow right back into the vents under the house. You know, the vents going under the house. Well, they were getting CO in their house just from the exhaust flowing through the vent, in the foundation going in the house. So if you're using them, they're great. Just make sure that you're sending everything, exhausting everything away from your house, because we certainly want everybody to be safe, and we know how important it is. Outside of that, hope everybody remains safe, and see you guys next week.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Todd. I'd like to introduce Deputy Swearinger with the Guilford County Sheriff's Department. Good evening.
For the month of December, we responded to 160 calls for service in the Stokesdale town limits. 20 of those calls did result in preliminary reports. Some of the highlights from the month of December was our patrol deputies actually solved the gas drive off from Countryside Market on December 10th, and the first theft from the food line on December 12th. Both of those resulted in the offender being charged. We're also attempting to identify somebody from the Crime Stoppers tip from a incident involving larceny on the down 420 lane, just up the street on 158. We've made multiple arrests throughout the month of December for drug offenses resulting in traffic stops in the town limits. And right now, our detectives are working to investigate a shooting that occurred at the 7900 block of Lester Road early Tuesday morning, and the victim in that case suffered non-life-threatening injuries.
Okay, any questions for Deputy Swearinger? All righty, I appreciate you being here. I'd like to also introduce Captain Howe of the Sheriff's Department.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody.
Good evening. Or afternoon, we can call it whatever. We're good. Yeah.
I'm really just here to introduce myself. I'm the captain here in District 1, and District 1, which includes Stokesdale. Been here since last January. And just to let you know, if you guys need anything, feel free to give me a call. If you got any concerns, feel free to let me know. I never miss an opportunity to tell everybody to make sure if you're at parks and any kind of walking trails in the area, just make sure you're taking your belongings out of your car seats, because we have a lot of smashing grabs going on where people bust windows, pull wallets out. So when you tell your spouses, your children, whoever may be driving, if you're gonna be at a park, leave your wallets, pocketbooks at home if you can. If you can't, put it in the trunk so nobody can see it. And I also wanted to, this time of the year, people are warming up their cars. So make sure that you guys, if you can't lock your car while you're warming it up, you probably need to watch it. Because this is the time of the year where people will walk up and steal your car as it's warming up. So just be aware of things like that. If you something, say something, we're here. A lot of people hesitate to call us, but we're here for you guys. So if you need something, call us. If you see something that doesn't look right, let us know, okay? And if you need anything from me, let me know, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Captain Howe.
Thank you.
All right, next on the agenda, we have administrative reports. The administrative report, either Ms. Martin or Robbie.
We had 1 meter installed this month, 10 applications for transfers of service, 33 meters put on hold for builders, four work orders prepared, 33 811 calls, 731 water bills were sent out. Quarterly HubSco report was filed. We are required to submit an annual report to the Solid Waste Management. It's a Solid Waste Materials Management Report. It's required in September. We got notice that that was received and was approved. We have done various research on projects for your agenda tonight, the internals control and separation of duties policy. We have worked with DOT to have the paperwork ready for your speed limits agenda item tonight. We have an item on there with Northridge subdivision. That's also on your agenda tonight. We have assisted the mayor in sending him some information for the city-county utilities. It's a draft agreement that was submitted probably about a year ago. We have assisted the Guilford County Sheriff's Department and council members in investigating vandalism that occurred at the town park. We have worked with the Town Park Improvement Committee, putting together various public forums and so forth for the public input on projects there. We have a new cleaning service in Town Hall, and it's still going very well. And we have worked with her to initiate her and assess the needs for what supplies are needed. We have filled 2 public records requests. One was fairly lengthy. Happy Hill Road, there's a zoning case coming up, planning board next month. It's 171 pages of information submitted for that request. We also had a request for some camera surveillance footage, and that has been complied with. We have submitted various other state and local reports, annual reports that are required every year. We have corresponded with Hazen and Sawyer and the engineers from Blacksmith subdivision to process their applications for water line extensions and approvals with the state. We've also done that for Northridge subdivision. Mr. Wagner and Ms. Hunsucker has done a lot of work on the health insurance for the town employees, and that's still in the works for that. DEQ has notified us that there will, next year, we will do the lead and copper rule service line inventory. That'll be required again in October of 2024. We'll be working on getting that prepared. We had staff that attended the American Rescue Plan webinar in January, or will be attending that January 25th. Mr. Wagner and Ms. Thacker. And Robbie put some of this on here this afternoon, so I haven't read it, and I'm sorry. Mr. Wagner will be attending his first session of the clerk certification school in February 13th through the 17th. And while I don't know what we'll do without him, but we're excited that he's going to get started with that. Town Hall will be closed on Monday, January 16th in observance of the Martin Luther King Day. And then, as it's on your agenda, planning board meeting will be Thursday, January 26th. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Are there any questions for Ms. Martin? All right, next, we have no planning board update nor events committee.
Actually, on the planning board.
Yes, sir.
It's something I forgot on the agenda. I don't know if we can go back to it.
Sure.
We have a member that is up this month. And would it be proper to recertify him now, or?
Certainly. Does he have interest in
Oh, yeah,
continuing?
it's Jimmy Green.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion that we extend Jimmy Green's term for 2 years, because that'll offset the others.
I'll
Okay.
second the motion.
All right, is there any discussion? All right, let's vote. Jim?
Aye.
Jimmy?
Aye.
Tim?
Aye.
I'm also aye. Okay, Property Committee. Jim or Jimmy?
I'll go ahead and handle what I've got to. Just want to update everyone on the vandalism. That has been taken care of. Restitution has restitution been made?
Halfway.
Okay. And the other parts have been handled, so.
Good job.
Can I ask for a further definition of halfway?
Yes, of the two that were responsible to pay, one is paid so far, the other should pay this week. So,
Okay, thank you.
All right, Jimmy, do you have anything, bud?
Yeah, I like-
All righty, sir. Next, we have Town Park Improvement Committee. Mr. T. Stevenson, the Town Park Improvement Committee Chairman, is with us.
Good evening.
Evening.
T. Stevenson, 7900 Caraway, Chairperson of the Park Improvement Committee. Just wanted to give a quick update. We did have a special call council meeting last Thursday, the 5th of January, and it was actually a public forum to discuss plans for the park improvements, which included improvements to the playground, improvements, or actually addition to of a basketball court, an amphitheater, and walking trails. We had approximately 16 persons participated in an open discussion following the presentation. There were favorable comments made. We have taken those to heart and will be incorporating some of those into our final plans. I think we are speaking a little bit later on this evening with regard to the release of PRPs for quote proposals for these projects, or at least 3 of these projects. 2 of these, we've already received approval for 1. So Mr. Foy will be talking about that. I believe it's item 18 on the agenda. Any questions?
Thank you, T.
Thanks.
We have citizens' comments from the floor. Anyone's free to speak. If you could please limit it to 3 minutes to the best of your ability. Just,
Financial report.
did I? I'm sorry, Kim. Please go ahead. My apologies.
Good evening.
Good evening.
All right. We will start with the general fund first. And in the American Rescue Plan Act Fund, also known as ARPA, the amount is $723,965. Bank of Oak Ridge checking money market is $23,366.22. The total we have in CDARS with the Bank of Oak Ridge is $2,565,624.07. Fidelity Bank, our checking there, our balance as of 12/31 was $288,311.78. Petty cash is $150. Our accounts receivable for salaries and FICA due from the water enterprise account, and this is for Gary's salary, was $830.11. Sales tax, and this is for this fiscal year, total that will be refunded back to us is $426.55. And the water enterprise reimbursement for the shared overhead expense for the month of December is $13,253.94. That's all I have there. And we'll move over to the water enterprise account. The CDARS with the Bank of Oak Ridge, our balance as of 12/31/22 was $501,506.84. The Capital Reserve Fund was $190,256.03. The Fidelity Water Enterprise checking account is $637,261.86. The North Carolina Capital Management Fund is $530,590.31. Our regular savings account was $45,057.06. The total AR water sales as of 12/31 was $31,045.26. That also includes December billing. And as of 12/31/22, there were 24 accounts that were 90-plus days past due, and that total is $6,089.13. For the water enterprise account, our sales tax refund that will be reimbursed back to us is $270. Again, just to reiterate, from the general fund, the water reimbursement due to the general fund is for the month of December, is $13,253.94. And the payroll due to the general fund for Gary's salary and FICA is $830.11. For the month of December, also, there were no capacity fees that were collected. And I think that that is all that I do have for both of those accounts. I have a few things further down on the agenda. Are there any questions?
I have a question and a comment. The comment first, it looks like we have 6 CDRs in the general fund that are due for renewal by March 2nd.
Yes.
That's good news, because if I'm looking at the current rates for that, the rate on return of our capital should increase 15 times than what we're getting now with the increased interest rates. So
That's right.
that may not be significant for a lot of other towns, but for us, it's a really, really big deal. So that's good that those rates are increasing. The second thing is a question. Kim, for the general fund, for the American Rescue Plan Act, could you look into see if it would be proper to include that money? It's good that we have it as an asset because those are restricted funds. I think that's inflating our fund balance on this, in my opinion. If we could include that as a liability as well, kind of a contra fund set off.
Actually, yes, we can.
Okay.
Yes, it would just offset, right, because it is a liability as well.
And I will have that same question for the Water Enterprise Fund, for the Capital Reserve Fund. Those funds are restricted, and in my opinion, we should contra that in a liability.
Yes, sir, done.
Okay. All right, any questions for Kim?
On the water enterprise account, budget versus actuals, dues and subscriptions, we had budgeted $1,800, and it looks like we've already spent $24,74.94.
Yes, there is a budget amendment for that, and that actually included, wait a minute, let me make sure I'm on the right one. Hold on. Yeah, that was for, we do not have, an office supply, because this is the first time we've ever had to order checks and deposit slips for the water enterprise account. And, those were ordered, and so those went into, but I do have on the agenda for a budget amendment to be made on that.
Okay.
How much were those checks, Kim?
How much were the checks? They were, oops, hold on, I can tell you that. Water enterprise, they were $300 and some odd dollars. They were expensive. Sorry, it'll take me just a second to get there. The checks were $391.21, and the deposit slips were $128.
Goodness.
Yeah.
Ms. Thacker, $3,825 was paid out to Yates Construction, 12/21/22. If it's easy, I'd like to have the date of that invoice, but you can get it to me later if it's gonna be hard to find.
I don't have the invoice in QuickBooks, but I do have it in, I have the check that was written, but, okay.
Well, I tell you what, just copy the invoice and drop it in my box sometime for me.
And it was for $3,000, I can find it.
$3,825 on 12/21/22.
Okay. I'll do that.
Any further questions for Kim? Seeing that there are none, we'll move to citizens' comments, this time for real. Anybody from the floor would like to speak, just please say your name and address and go for it. Not all at once now. All right, we'll move on to old business in the agenda. First item is a resolution for Guilford County to provide sheriff deputy traffic control for first week of school at Stokesdale Elementary. This is a follow-up item from a takeaway that council had from a meeting, a regularly scheduled town council meeting that I believe occurred in October. I think it's a well-written resolution, and I'm glad we've got such a great reader and speaker in Robbie here, because I'm going to ask him to read it.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this is a resolution adopted by town council requesting funding for traffic control at Stokesdale Elementary School. And it starts off with, whereas the town of Stokesdale is located in the northwest corner of Guilford County and has a 2021 U.S. Census population of 5,995 citizens within the corporate limits. The town operates under a mayor-council form of government and offers limited services, which includes providing water, a town park, limited planning and zoning services, funded with a $953,427 total budget, and which levies no ad valorem property tax. Stokesdale stopped receiving a portion of the sales tax collected by Guilford County in 2003 after the Guilford County Commissioners changed their method of calculating distributions to municipalities and ad valorem method, thereby eliminating Stokesdale's portion. And whereas Stokesdale Elementary School is located within the town of Stokesdale, Guilford County, North Carolina, and plays a vital role in shaping the lives of our children by providing a quality education. And whereas the Guilford County school system is one of the largest school systems in North Carolina, operates with a budget of $999,705,745, which is allocated to all schools within the district. Guilford County Schools serves 67,949 students and has a total of 68 elementary schools within the county. In 2018-2019 school year, an average of $11,778 was spent per student. And whereas safety within all school is a rising concern with unprecedented violence, and many schools are overcrowded. In addition, the monitoring public traveling to and from each school day causes safety concerns within the school campus as well as the roads leading to and from the school. And whereas the Guilford County Sheriff's Department is charged with maintaining a safe environment for all students of Guilford County, including our school, Stokesdale Elementary School. The Guilford County Sheriff's Department currently operates with a budget of to be found.
Okay.
Whereas the town council is very sympathetic to the dangerous situation caused by the volume of traffic traveling through the intersection of U.S. Highway 158 and North Carolina Highway 68. The location of the school, a traffic count of 2021 estimates 7,600 vehicles travel through this area per day. The town further shared this concern with staff from NCDOT on February the 10th, 2022, when officials were invited to a council meeting to discuss safety concerns of roads within the town of Stokesdale. And whereas the town expresses their concern with the lack of funding by both the Guilford County School System and the Guilford County Sheriff's Department to provide such traffic control. The safety of students at Stokesdale Elementary should not be ignored and be taken seriously enough to provide traffic control at our school and at every school where traffic is a hazard. And whereas the town of Stokesdale has a history of lending a helping hand by providing computer equipment and other necessary supplies to enhance the ability of the school to meet the needs of each student, and has recently been approached by Stokesdale Elementary School administration and staff to fund a method for traffic control during the first week of school to help alleviate the confusion and hazardous condition that is caused by the large volume of traffic at the school. To fund traffic control at Stokesdale Elementary, which would result in to fund traffic control at Stokesdale Elementary would result in double taxation for our citizens, as the service would come from the town's budget in addition to the money already allocated to Stokesdale Elementary School by both Guilford County Schools and the Guilford County Sheriff's Department. Now, therefore, the Town Council of the Town of Stokesdale wholeheartedly supports the school administration's request that traffic control be provided and respectfully request that the Guilford County School System and Guilford County Sheriff's Department allocate funds to cover the cost of providing traffic control services at Stokesdale Elementary School the first week of school each year going forward. Providing this essential service will greatly enhance the safety and well-being of all the students and staff of Stokesdale Elementary School, as well as all citizens traveling on the roads during school hours.
Okay, but Mr. Foy, I'd like to make a motion. That would be that the Town of Stokesdale Town Council will adopt this resolution requesting funding for traffic control at Stokesdale Elementary School and authorize the mayor to sign it, and that within 21 days, the town staff will locate the proper budget number to insert on the line wherein it states the Guilford County Sheriff's Department operates with a budget of blank.
I'll second your motion. I do have one correction that I would like to request.
Okay,
The figure that was shared for the general fund of the town of Stokesdale, in my opinion, this year's budget is inflated because the general fund is capturing what should be in a special revenue fund using ARPA funds. That $412,000 is gonna be, per the auditor, in a special revenue fund that is restricted funds. It's not part of our fund balance, general fund balance. I would like to see that general fund budget number reflect what it really is for the town's operations, and that's $560,690.11.
repeat that number for me.
$560,690.11.
Your amendment to my motion is accepted.
Okay, are there any questions, discussion items, or
I'd like
discussion?
to add that I want this done within 21 days. The mayor signed and it on the way to Guilford County so that we would have time to get it back to a council meeting in February if we've got to work on it some more.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Jim? I'm aye. Jim? And Tim?
Aye.
All right, the motion passes 4-0. Next up on our agenda, in old business, we have consideration of a certificate of municipal declaration to enact speed limits and request for concurrence for a speed limit reduction from 35 miles per hour to 25 miles per hour on Adano and Athens Road. This is continued from November. Robbie has been in contact with the DOT. And Robbie, would you mind just please sharing with us where we stand on this and what they have shared with you?
Yes. So, let's see, Dale, correct me if I'm wrong. In the November council meeting, that it was approved to reduce the speed on Angel Pardue to 25, correct? Okay, so there was a paperwork hiccup in the December meeting, but fortunately, what it comes down to, in the November meeting, town council agreed to reduce the speed limit on Angel Pardue Road from 35 to 25, which is, the NCDOT is in conjunction with that. That's kind of what they recommended. Then there came the speak of Adano Road. That's what's on the agenda for tonight.
Yes.
So, yeah, so Adano Road is on the agenda for tonight.
Council added that at the meeting, at the November meeting, that was included, was the Adano request. After that, Athens was asked staff to investigate that one as well, so we turned that over to NCDOT.
Okay,
Who asked by Athens?
I did, Jimmy. I had a citizen request that we look into that. And I think Robbie's gonna report out on his findings here.
Okay.
From my,
Are you talking about the whole Athens?
from my recollection, it might have been me, but my question was if we're going to have Angel Pardue is 25 miles an hour, then doesn't at least a portion of Athens Road need to be $25, 25 miles per hour? And so, but my request certainly wasn't necessarily to make Athens Road 25 miles per hour all the way out to 150 towards Culp-Ticken.
Those are good points. And Robbie, if you could finish.
Yeah, absolutely. So we did receive word from Pat Wilson. He's the project engineer for this area. And received word from him that they agree that Angel Pardue should be reduced to 25. They agree that Adano can be reduced to 25 because a portion of it is paved. As far as Athens, they did request clarification as to whether or not we were speaking about Athens from Stokesdale Elementary School to Angel Pardue, or if we were speaking from Angel Pardue all the way to the other end of 158, where Athens comes out. He did say that he thought that would be a bit of a stretch to reduce Athens down to 25. They said that a traffic study would need to be done, more than likely for them to be in conjunction with that. And in taking some numbers, we did find that Angel Pardue is, on average, about 11 feet more narrow than Athens Road. Athens Road is, in these different data points that were taken throughout varied distances on both roads, Athens Road is about 11 feet wider. So Angel Pardue is a much more narrow road. It's a lot of traffic that comes up and down this road. So that kind of justifies the reduction in speed. Athens seems to be a fairly consistently wider road than Angel Pardue. Therefore, I think the state would want to do a study just to see if 25 would even be feasible on that road.
Thank you, Robbie. I have no comments or no motion to make. Council, do you have any comments?
I certainly do. Just, is anybody in the room know how far the 25-mile-per-hour school zone extends to the east down Athens Road?
No, sir. I would speculate, and I'm not going to do that.
Mr. Rigsby, do you happen to know?
I don't know exactly, no, sir.
Well, Mr. Rigsby, if recognizing that you have some experience in these matters is the reason I'm picking on you. If you had to put a number on the number of feet from the intersection of Athens Road and Angel Pardue to the east towards Culp Ticken for a 25-mile-an-hour zone to start coming towards the school, what's the first number that pops in your head?
I don't know. Tell me, let me look it up on GIS while we're
Well, you
looking.
know there's stop signs there. They have to stop both ways.
I understand. I also know it's a very congested intersection with a, sort of it's problematic.
Well, there's no way anybody's gonna be running 35 miles an hour through the intersection,
Well,
especially if we do 25 mile an hour.
well, council has taken this up. I'm just merely suggesting that that's something that should be looked at. I understand there's a stop sign there, and if that's sufficient, then I'll leave it alone.
I can see from the stop sign to the school, that being 25.
Okay, if it's not already in the school zone, should we ask for that section to be changed to 25? I would think it is, but I can't remember if the signs are up there or not.
Robbie, when you talked to the DOT about Athens Road, it sounded like they wanted to differentiate the part that's west of Angel Pardue versus east.
Correct.
With the west side being towards the school.
Correct.
From what you were saying, whereas they didn't have any issue reducing Angel Pardue to 25, based off the vote of council, they had issue with reducing Athens Road to 25.
That's correct, yes.
Except for in front of the school, on the school side. Did they seem receptive there?
Yes, so if you're breaking Athens Road up in two sections where Angel Pardue divides the two sections, the section from Angel Pardue to Stokesdale Elementary School, they seem to be okay with reducing that to 25 if council decides to do that. As far as from the other side of Angel Pardue going down Athens towards,
Car wash.
yeah, towards that way.
Okay, I'll make a motion that this council request that NCDOT, if it's not already 25 miles an hour, change to 25 miles an hour on the section of Athens Road from Angel Pardue west to the Stokesdale Elementary School.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
Jim is aye.
All right, I'm also aye.
Jimmy's aye.
Aye.
Is there any further discussion?
Yes. We need a
Ma'am.
vote on Adano Road.
Adana Road. So you, I believe,
You haven't
correct me if,
voted.
we have not in the okay.
We only voted on Angel Purdue Road.
Didn't Mike add that piece as kind of a friendly amendment? It doesn't matter, I'll make that motion, that, on Adana Road, that the speed limits, that we reduce it from 35 to 25 miles per hour.
I'll second that one.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Jim?
Aye.
Jimmy?
Aye.
I'm aye, and Tim?
Aye.
Okay. Next up on the agenda is...
Mr. Floyd.
Yes, sir, my apologies.
Yeah. Keep in mind, I'm from the south, I talk slow. There's something that popped up here. There's a certification of municipal declaration to enact speed limits and request for concurrence form here. And if you read this, about the third line, third line, it says, determined upon the basis of an engineering and traffic investigation and duly declared on such and such a date. Is this something that the town of Stokesdale has to do in order to allow our town clerk to sign this form and send it to NCDOT? Or is NCDOT going to perform this engineering and traffic investigation? And if it's not being done, is our town clerk falsifying a document if she signs this, in essence?
My understanding that DOT has already prepared that study. They did
Okay,
not
well, just don't want
Provide
to
us with it.
we don't want Ms. Martin in any trouble, so I wanted to ask that question. Thank you.
Okay, are there any further comments, questions about agenda item number, whatever it is? All right, if not, we're going to move on to item 9A under new business. I would like to introduce Mr. James Reed, who's pursuant his Eagle Scout project with Troop 600. Welcome, Mr. Reed. And Robbie, Mr. Reed has a PowerPoint presentation, if we could help him out with that.
Good evening, everyone. My name is James Reed. I am a Life Scout with Troop 600 out of Oak Ridge, and I am building an Eagle Scout project that is going to be here at this park, hopefully. And I have a presentation that I have created that outlines everything that goes into the project, logistics, pricing, everything, and even materials that are being involved. So will you please, just a slide? Thank you. So the project is going to be a flag retirement center that is used to properly retire flags. And it'll be shaped as an obtuse triangle with a fire pit in the tip and a brick walkway down the middle. The obtuse triangle is to represent a folded American flag, which is the way how they go into the fire. And most communities don't have flag retirement centers. Oak Ridge, I know, has one. That was also an Eagle Scout project from my troop. And they just have collection boxes that go right next to them as well. So the
Mr. Reed, it'll be easier on you, and you're doing a great job. But that mic, if you would like to take it off so you can maybe closer see your PowerPoint, and you can walk over there. But you're doing a great job. I really appreciate this.
Okay, so our troop, we have collection boxes around the northwest Guilford area, and our boxes have collected so many flags, we actually have a storage barn full of them. And on holidays or patriotic days such as Memorial Day, Veterans Day, and September 11th, that's when we retire our flags at our Oak Ridge flag retirement site. And we have too many flags to retire, so I really think that a second one would really help with that. So materials, okay, so I'll need about 15 scouts to carry out the project. I'll recruit with an email to the entire troop, and the younger scouts, they're like 5th, 6th grade, so they're gonna need a little bit of guidance to do what they're supposed to do. And food is really gonna help them stay in line.
Always does, brother.
Oh, yeah. So materials, tools, and supplies. These are the bricks and paving bricks that I've found that most closely resemble the brick here on the town council. Bricks, paving, brick, mortar, sidewalk, concrete, and paving sand, all stuff that needs to be used to lay bricks, make a fire pit, and masks and respirators, snacks, and all that will be the disposable stuff. And the concrete in my project is going to be supplied by Wild Concrete LLC. Again, those are the colors. Permits and permission, if I'm not mistaken, I researched this. I will need a permit to lay concrete. I'm not sure about that. That's kind of what I found on the internet. But the town of Stokesdale, I think, has to obtain the permits because they're the property owners. And I'll have to get that done by March. So these are the cost estimates. So the materials, which is like the brick, the paving sand, pavers, all that, $270.72. Supplies, $187. Tools, $287, and total cost $744.72. So safety issues and concerns. The cutting of the brick on the walkway will probably be the biggest hazard because it's a saw. I'll probably get some of the older scouts who are maybe 16, 17 to work that, or adults who may want to chip into the project. And whoever's mixing mortar has to wear an N95 respirator because of the silica and the mortar powder. Logistics, transportation, paving sand, mortar bags, and bricks will be delivered to the site via pickup truck. They'll be picked up from Pine Hall Brick over in Greensboro, I think, and the material and the brick and mortar will be kept on site under a tarp while the project is underway. And then the project will take about 2 working days, and helpers will be dropped off by their parents. So these are the project photos to better explain what I'm doing. So this is, this town council, that is what I'm best trying to match with the brick color. And this is the shape of it. So it's gonna have a 15-foot walkway, which I'm probably gonna have to modify that to connect to the asphalt walkway that is already out there. And that's our 4x4 fire pit that's gonna be used to burn the flags. And then it's 28 feet across, 15 on the wings, and a little section right here that'll have to be modified by adding bricks. This is a picture of my troops' flag retirement ceremonies. We did this one on 9/11 last year, and you see this is the flag retirement center in Oak Ridge that has already been built, and we just walk up, and we have people on each side, someone or a line of people will walk up with a flag. They'll have like a little speech for the flag, and then we drop it in. That's what this little walkway is for. It'll just help so scouts don't get their shoes dirty. I really know that's not an issue, but when we did this, it was actually wet on the ground and a little muddy, so that was kind of an inconvenience. Here's another picture of that. We just had to go through that grass right there and all the scouts on the sides. And does anybody have any questions?
It's a good presentation, James. So I believe you and I met back in October.
Yes.
With your father about this. And the location this would go to is right in the front of our building. adjacent to the walkway that goes around pretty much the entire property.
Yes.
I wanted to clarify that. And then also from a fire perspective, I believe there will be the ability to have a cover on it and it would be locked down.
Yes.
Having an open fire pit at Town Hall is not something I'm interested in personally, but I love the way you did say you could lock that down.
Yes, so I'm gonna try to get a steel cover to cover the top of the fire pit. It'll have anchors on each side. We can just chain it down so no one's able to access it. And yeah, that's how it's gonna be secured.
Okay. Are there any additional questions for James? I have. So walk us through the Eagle Scout project. You were talking about you needing 15 team members to help you do this. Is this something you are leading and overseeing, right?
Yes.
Okay, so,
So I will have to recruit people. I have to lead them during the project, tell them what to do. I might have to go out and on my own. I could get a friend or two to go out there and help me, but I'll have to mark out where all the concrete's supposed to go, and the spec pathway, I might have to mark that out so I don't get too uneven.
okay.
But I do have one concern. I heard the young men say that they would be utilizing some power tools to cut brick,
Yes.
and I don't know what, that causes me some concern just from a simple safety liability perspective. I don't know if we should require the scoutmaster to provide direct supervision or ask that an adult over 18 perform that work. But I'd like to urge caution regarding that.
Yeah, so an assistant scoutmaster, a lot of the time there'll be 1, 2, maybe 3, because I helped out at my friend's Eagle Scout project last weekend, and there were 3 assistant scoutmasters to oversee everything, make sure everything's going smoothly and safely. And they even chipped in and helped with scooping sand and all that. So yes, there will be adult supervision watching us, and as I said, I'll try to get older scouts, maybe 16, 17-year-old scouts, to be running power tools to make sure that younger kids aren't using dangerous things.
Okay.
Can I just ask for some clarification on the location that it's going?
Yes, so it's going to be right out here. It's going to be adjacent to the asphalt walkway that already exists back there. So
Is it directly in the front where the tree is, where we used to decorate?
Robbie's gonna pull up, no, sir. Robbie's gonna pull up the GIS and we're gonna pull up an aerial here.
Yeah, I've got that up now. I just trying to figure out.
Has a council member walked with him and looked at this location?
Yes, sir. I have.
Okay,
Very practical, makes
okay,
sense.
I had to ask.
Not
No, it's a good question.
Frisbee. Y'all
No, sir, it's not.
gotta keep it.
Okay.
yeah, we came out here and scouted it out, I think in September. We walked around the park, looked for possible areas to do it. The first thing we came to was that parking lot all the way down there. We looked around the area and determined that the Frisbee Golf area was the least practical place to do it. So we'll go up here a little bit. It'll be right here, brick walkway going here, triangle right there. So walkway, triangle, fire pit. So it'll be adjacent to that walkway, right there.
Okay,
Perfect.
thank you.
Have you gotten approval from your scoutmaster?
I'm still in the process of getting approval from the council and my troop, but I just thought I'll try to run this by you guys, make sure it's all right before I start.
Okay.
Mr. Ford, oh, excuse me, you think we're in the clear as far as the town hall irrigation system? No risers in that area?
I don't know. That's
well,
something that would need to be investigated.
Well, just as a reminder for all parties concerned, there is a sprinkler system here at the town hall.
Do we ever use it? But
I don't believe, does it run closer to the path? I thought it was closer just to the landscaping, and then, of course, the soccer field has it.
I've seen it running, but I can't recall. I'm just reminding that we, let's don't embarrass ourselves.
I've got a motion. I'd like to move that Jim Rigsby and myself contact Excellence Lawn Care to review any potential, to ensure that there's no irrigation. This will not conflict with any irrigation on the spot. And then be the town council liaison to Mr. James Reed to move forward with this project, pending approval from his scoutmaster.
I'll second the motion.
That would be the two of you are gonna be the liaisons?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine.
Unless you want to do it.
No.
Okay, is there any discussion? And I also want to say, the point is noted and absolutely understood about the safety concerns of minors working with power tools, and I would like to see that managed. Like you might have a volunteer in the audience there with you. But no, this is great.
Can I follow up with one more question?
Yes, sir.
So you talked about, it'll have a cover and a chain on it. Who will hold the key to that? And will that be the troop or the town hall?
So I will hold the key to it. I have a lock already for it. It's just a lock that we used to have for the storage unit, and it's like a big heavy-duty lock. And we have a key for it, so I think I'll just use that one. Really big lock, and just lock it down.
Yeah.
I have the key, so if the troop needs to access it, I can just hand the key over to my scoutmaster, and he can go over there and unlock it at will.
And that's during the construction phase? I would suggest at the end of construction that key be turned over to town hall staff.
Okay.
I agree.
I'm okay.
Is it appropriate for me to ask a question?
Please do. I'd like to introduce Deputy Fire Chief, Mr. Randy Southern.
If the troop is gonna be responsible for doing the procedures, the burning of the flags, shouldn't they also have a key, if not the master key?
I certainly have no issue with them having a key, but just in the event that,
Yeah,
yeah,
maybe 2 keys.
2 keys.
We can get
Yes, sir.
lock, it's no problem. We can get multiple keys.
Yeah, no, but that is a good point as well. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, Jim?
Aye.
I'm aye. Jimmy?
Aye.
And Tim?
Aye.
All right, next up on our agenda, Mr. Reed, thank you very much and great presentation.
Yeah, thank you.
Next up on the agenda, we have item 9B. This is, we have Mr. Aaron Babson with us with Hazen and Sawyer. In the December meeting, council voted for Hazen and Sawyer to do modeling of 2 potential scenarios where the town would be doing water line extension, and Hazen and Sawyer has those results.
Yeah, hang on.
All right. There you go. Perfect. Yes. Apologize for how loud this is gonna be. So, good evening. Thank you for having me here tonight. So, allow Robbie a minute to pull that up, but while he does, as an Eagle Scout, I wish you luck on that project. It sounds like a very honorable one, and glad that it sounds like it's going to be approved, so. Should be a great one. Almost there, 70%. Not a problem.
We tried to get an Eagle Scout to do the water line extension for us, but that didn't work out.
Understood.
We always looking to save a buck.
It was somewhere
Couldn't
around,
get that one approved by the council.
it was somewhere around that 900 scouts was gonna be involved in that digging. so,
Couldn't get it done in a weekend.
No.
All right. Good deal. So, I believe it
was in December, I may have my dates wrong, but there was an approval for us to look at the two alternatives that council's been discussing for the funds that are available and how best to use that grant funds. So there were two alternatives that we looked at as part of this project. And again, I'll say I'm Aaron Babson. I work with Hazen and Sawyer. I'm an associate vice president for them in our Greensboro office. So we've been working with the town now for a little over a year on these projects, and we had developed as part of those projects, I guess in a little bit more than a year, 3 years now, developed a model. And so we used that hydraulic model to take a look at these two alternatives. The first alternative being a route down Coldwater Creek and then back over to Highway 65. And the second alternative was a line down Happy Hill to Warner and then back to Hall River Road that would tie into the southern portion of the system. Both were evaluated through using the hydraulic performance, calculating the available fire flows in the area. With the fire department here, I'm sure there will be some interest there, and the impacts to that with both alternatives. We looked at water quality impacts by predicting the average water age through the system and the effects on that, and then any improvements to resiliency and redundancy of the system. What I will say, and I think this is important to note for all council members that are here in the presentation, that we looked at this with the improvements to install the control valve at the point of entry from Winston-Salem as if they were installed already, okay? And the reason we did that is because it seemed like there has been a consensus amongst council that is good for the system, and so we wanted to reflect that change in this modeling exercise.
Thank you, Aaron. I'm glad you did.
Okay, so as I said, alternative one, going down Coldwater Creek with a 6-inch pipe that I think has already been installed to the new neighborhood there at Coldwater, carrying on from that pipe with an 8-inch going down Coldwater Road and tying into, turning onto Highway 65 and coming back into town. Alternative two was an 8-inch pipe constructed from the section that's proposed by the contractor that is looking at developing that area. Then we'll carry on down Happy Hill Road with another 8-inch line, down Warner Road with an 8-inch line, and then proposed a 12-inch line on Hall River Road. And so that would be in anticipation of ever installing a future water line going down Hall River to tie back into the other portion of Winston-Salem and their system, but also because we're going to be tying into a 12-inch line there, I think that would be the best use of the town's funds. Okay. All right, so alternative one, looking at the fire flows, and it's a little bit small. I don't know if that can be maybe zoomed in so council can see that. On the existing system, you can see that there are areas of the system that are currently between that 500 and 1,000 GPM range, especially through the southern portions of the systems, and you can see that in the orange dots going to the north as well, where you can see the Highway 65 under the existing. And then as you get out to the extremities of the system through Athens Road and to the east. So if you go to alternative one, which is on the opposite side of that slide there, you'll see some improvements that were gained, of course, there at Coldwater Road, where you have the 1,500 to 2,500. You see a few improvements through town, but those improvements to fire flow really stop in the center of town and at the tank. You don't see much improvement going toward the south, and really not too much going toward the east as well. However, there is some improvement through town, and I think that's important to recognize. So maybe if you zoom back out, you'll be able to see those two together. But it's really not a significant improvement to what we would have expected, spending to spend those funds for the improvements. So if you go to alternative two, where you're tying into the southern portion of the system, you can see some significant improvements to the southern portion of the system down near the food line. And then coming up Highway 68 coming back into town. So those areas went from a green dot to a blue dot, which My eyes are failing me, I believe is a change between 1,000 to 1,500 GPM up to the 1,500 to 2,500 GPM range. And so those, so we're starting to see some fairly significant improvements in more portions of the system. And I think it's important to realize that there were not any additional demands added to the pipe in any location, even in the future locations that are down Happy Hill or Warner Road. This is using the existing demand, putting in some additional pipes, tying in the different portions. So you do see maybe some more improvements than you saw from the first one, but still, both options still showing some promise. We go to the next slide.
Aaron, while we're talking about fire flow, and excuse my interruption, but I don't want to
you're
lose
fine.
my train of thought here. Did any areas show deterioration or degradation with
We did
these-
not see
with the
any
addition?
deterioration
With either option?
with either option for fire flow
Okay.
comparisons, absolutely. So this is, so this slide is a comparison between the two alternatives, just to be able to put those on the same sheet so you could see the differences in the two options. Really just is limited to, on alternative two, the significant improvements down to the southern portion of the system. Still not seeing anything past the tank, so the tank is a buffer toward those pieces. If you wanted to see improvement east of the tank in fire flows, you would need to come back in and potentially tie that system together between the south and the east, and you would have the opportunity to do that with alternative two in the future. Not necessarily anything that you would need to do today, but really that's the most improvement is shown from alternative two and fire flow. So if we go to the next slide, we'll start talking about some of the water quality impacts that we're seeing with both options. So but the difference between alternative one and alternative two, you'll see that we had the tank water age called out for both of those options. However, I think it's important to understand that water age is really an average over the entire system. And if you'll look at the top, there's a table there that shows that the demand weighted average water age across the entire Stokesdale system is at 10.3 today. Between both alternatives is a negligible impact between any of the three options. So between 10 and 11 days, neither one really would move the needle to help make a decision. However, in either direction, so whether it improved it or worse, the reason it does go up is because you're able to put more water into the system now, right? With the same demand, then you're going to have some water that is going to be a little bit older. And so what actually happens as that water is moving toward the tank, now that you have, especially in alternative two, you have it coming from two directions. So we're going to force water into the tank through that control valve. We're going to close it. We're going to force water back out. So you're going to see that water moving in a couple of different directions along NC 68, moving from north to south. So it really, what I'm saying it does is gives you the ability to move water around your system in a couple of different directions that you haven't had before, as you're supplying it from the south as opposed to only supplying it from the single line impact coming in from the western part of town near what's the old By-Right building. Okay. All right, so a couple of cost estimates. This is very rudimentary at this point in our analysis. This is, we took a kind of a rule of thumb, pulled a number out at $25 per inch diameter per linear foot. That's for PVC pipe. That is way higher than what we've ever seen in the last year. That's way higher than what we were using a year ago, I should say. But that's what we're seeing in the market these days. And so using that metric uniformly across the two alternatives, you will see obviously an increase with alternative two. That comes from the additional length of pipe and also the section of 12-inch. That's going to be a bit more expensive than the 8. But ultimately, if you go to the next slide, Robbie, what we would suggest is that alternative two today gives the best improvement to the town's water system of the two alternatives. I would like to say that this really isn't an either or option. Both options will improve the system and probably should be done one day. However, our recommendation would be that if you could only do one improvement, that alternative two is the best place to spend your money. So at that time, it's a short presentation. It was a short analysis as well. But I'm here to take questions.
I have one question. Okay. You're recommending a 12-inch pipe, an alternative to on Hall River Road.
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned the reasoning of that. The second reason of that is that would tie into a 12-inch pipe.
Yes, sir.
From my understanding, going south on 68, the food line, we certainly have a 12-inch main. Do you know, do we indeed have a 12-inch main where it turns onto Hall River and goes a little ways?
I believe there may be a short section of 8-inch pipe there.
Okay.
And so there would be a discussion, depending on the prices that came in and bid and whether.
It's 12-inch where it turns down the Hall River Road. We've had it uncovered twice here lately.
Okay, it is. Okay, I'm sorry.
But we can confirm that with Gene, with Yates, but I believe it's 12.
Okay. All right.
If I could follow up on that same line of questioning, so we're not going to see any benefit from that 12-inch immediately because we're running an 8-inch pipe up to it.
That's true.
So that would
Absolutely.
be correct.
Yeah,
So the benefit there would be in the future if we wanted to tie in a 12-inch coming down.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Wanted to clarify. Thank you.
So there could be some cost savings if you decide to go with an 8-inch pipe and look at a 12 in the future.
I understand what you're saying with 12-inch. Here's where I'm struggling. I'm thinking of the lowest common denominator of pipe along the line. So bear with me, this is.
Are you good?
So if you have a 12-inch pipe for, call it 2 miles, but then a quarter of a mile is 8 inches pipe in diameter, wouldn't that nullify the benefits, any benefits you have of 12-inch lines?
It wouldn't nullify it, but it would constrict it.
Okay.
So it would certainly impact it, but it wouldn't take the benefit you had completely away.
Okay.
Ideally, yeah, you would never want to downsize and pipe that way.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Like ideally on cold water, that would be an 8-inch pipe there and not a 6-inch. But
It's what we got.
those were
And
the
so,
town of Stokes. Yep.
So there are additional friction losses that come with a lower pipe that way that will affect your fire flows and pressures. And so, yeah, I mean, you would prefer to take an 8-inch from coming off the 8-inch on 150, 158, you would have preferred to be 8-inch all the way through. But yeah, it won't be as bad than if you were to put a 6-inch from that point all the way into town.
And Aaron, and alternative 2, you correctly have a existing pipeline going halfway down Happy Hill. Because even though that pipeline is not there, there's a development that will likely be installed. And that developer will 100% pay for that pipeline coming off 158. So you did not include that, call it 2,000 feet in these cost projections, because I want to be extremely clear that
We did not.
developer
We did not.
will pay for that. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we only did the cost estimate on what we considered the new pipe. And as we understood, there was a piece of pipe that's already spoken for that would be paid for by the developer.
Yes, sir. So,
Does anybody know
So-
where that project stands right now?
no, I think it's going to be on the next council meeting's agenda,
That's a new,
a rezoning that will have to do with that.
yeah.
That developer has gotten council permission to connect to the Stokesdale water system because a portion of that subdivision would be in Forsyth County. Much like the Coldwater subdivision.
I will say, if I could, Mr. Foy, I did make the assumption that that section of pipe, because it was not installed yet, would be required to be 8 inches. So when we modeled that section as 8 inches as well. Now, there would be some impact if that were to be 6 inches. I'm not sure what was agreed upon, but I don't think it would be significant enough to change our recommendation.
In their standards, 8 inches now?
Yeah, guys, when we changed the water specs, we did it 4 times in about a 2-month period. At one point, there was verbiage of 6 or 8 inches. But was that just for subdivisions only? Because this would be a connector road that this would be on. Do you know? Does anybody know? If we require a minimum of 8 inches on a connector road? Or collector street?
So I believe it was changed to require 8 inches everywhere, allow 6 inches on cul-de-sacs, and that, of course, could be reduced down to 2 inches for the last, I think, 4 homes.
Mr. Foy, my best recollection would confirm what Mr. Babson just said.
Okay. With that, assuming that's right, we're making some assumptions, we don't have a document, and that's cool. But assuming that's right, would that developer be required at a minimum to put 8 inches down Happy Hill Road? It's okay to say
No.
you don't know.
Well,
But-
by the current standards, yes, sir.
Okay.
What I don't know, and the reason I hesitate, is what was approved by council for that developer the night that he asked for permission.
That, I'm familiar with that specific motion that does not address pipe size.
Then I would say under the current standard specifications for the town of Stokesdale, it would require an 8-inch line in that area.
Thank you, sir. System redundancy is obviously something that's, I mean, it's one of the main reasons why I'm keenly interested in either project. Could you explain why the redundancy is better in alternate 2 compared to alternate 1?
Absolutely, that's a great question. Something I should have hit on. Is there any way for you to pull that presentation back up so we can look at the map? It's maybe one of the ones that has both alternatives on it. Either option, maybe the next slide. Yeah, let's look at that one, see if we can make that a touch bigger. There we go. So why that's key, on the Coldwater Road side and that in alternative 1, that provides a redundant loop for the western portion of the system.
Okay.
So, but once you get into town, you lose that redundancy, right? So it helps you for a smaller portion of the area. Regarding entire system redundancy. So for alternative 2.
Can I ask a favor? And apologies for the interruptions again, but could you take the mic and point to where the new water line is on this?
Sure.
I know, but maybe everybody may not know.
Absolutely, I can.
So if we could go back to alternative 1.
That's a great point. So Robbie, if we'll go back to alternative 1. So the new pipe in this section is Coldwater Road up Highway 65 down into town. So that's alternative 1. And we certainly should have highlighted that. On alternative 2, Robbie, if you'll scroll over. So on alternative 2, the new pipe is down Happy Hill Road, cross Warner Road, and then up Hall River Road to tie into the existing system near Food Line. So with alternative, so you can see alternative 1 gives you redundancy in the western portion of the system, helps into town. On alternative 2, you actually have full redundancy after Happy Hill Road. So if you were to have a break on Highway 158, you were able to close a valve, you'd have water flow into the valve. On Happy Hill Road, you'd send water around and be able to backfill the town. The same would be true for any break that was on Highway 68, or really, frankly, anywhere else in the system, with the exception of east of the tank, right? So there's no other way to get water around the back. So if you were to have a break or so east of the intersection of Highway 58 and 68, or right here at the tank in front of the school. Everything to the east would be out of service. So the only way to help with that is the redundant water line I was talking about with a backfed line, either through the neighborhoods or maybe around the gas farm. So that's, from a redundancy standpoint, alternative two definitely has significant advantages.
Are there any additional questions or comments for Aaron? Well, Aaron, I appreciate you getting that turned so quickly, especially given the holidays and coming to present that tonight.
No problem at all. Thank you for the
I
opportunity.
do have one question. What was the contract for this?
It was, the last contract that was approved, I believe, was 2,000 or 2,500?
25.
2,500.
2,500 and change possibly. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Next up on our agenda, I would like to continue, I need to continue item number 10. So if we could please just put that on the February agenda and move on. That brings us to item number 11, the discussion.
Excuse me a
Yes, sir.
second. Discussion and adoption of the 2023 health reimbursement arrangement. What's the holdup with presenting that? It's not, the information is not available.
That's correct.
Well, really, to be proper, a motion needs to be made to continue since it's on our agenda.
Yes, sir. I'll make the motion to continue item number 10, the discussion and adoption of a 2023 health reimbursement arrangement.
I'll second it.
Okay?
Aye.
Aye? Aye. And Tim?
Aye.
All right, we get to number 11, the discussion of the separation of duties policy. Tim?
Excuse me?
Did you add this to the agenda? Jim?
No, sir.
Jimmy?
I think I can address it to a certain extent, just for the benefit of all gathered. In my previous tenure on this council, this document was changed a number of times, sometimes without a vote of council. Went through a number of iterations, it turned into basically a mess. Somewhere along the way, I asked the previous town clerk in writing to certify a copy of it. Despite repeated requests, she did not do so. Because of some ambiguity I've observed in this document, I asked for a certified copy from Ms. Martin some weeks before Christmas. Told her it was no hurry, but I wanted to be sure that I, as a council member, had the correct separations of duties policy in my hand for guidance. Ms. Martin reported back that there was some issues with it in the sense that there were multiple copies in the building and there were some variations between the two. And then this week I asked Ms. Thacker to provide me with the copy that she was using, and she did so just before this meeting. I haven't had an opportunity to review it, so we may have 3 versions floating around the building. The council members that last changed this would be, well, it would be you 3. I wasn't on council when the last changes were made to this document. So y'all have a heads up on me as to which version of this might be correct. My beef here is that we have got to get the copy in such a condition that it's signed by the mayor, it's dated, and that Ms. Martin is comfortable certifying that copy so that we can satisfy all the legal requirements. And Mr. Foy, that's, I think, kind of where this may have started from.
Okay. Ms. Martin, what we have in front of us, is that the current policy? Okay.
That is the current policy with the revisions that I have found going back to 2018.
Okay. So, this was given to us right right before the meeting, and I haven't had time to review it. Some things that jump out at me is we have an adopted date of July 24th, 2014. And at the bottom in the footer, it states that it was revised August of 2020. It certainly was revised in August of 2020. I do remember that. How could I forget it?
There's also a couple of things, if I might have a few words here. In my review, I just highlighted some things there on the very first page in regards to the positions here and who has authority to administer these items. There's no mention, I don't know who the assistant finance officer is, if there is such a position.
There is not.
Deputy clerk is not mentioned. However, throughout the document, that position has been assigned several duties. There's no water deputy clerk mentioned as well. And looking through the document, various sections where it talks about the separation of duties and it assigns the different duties, I believe it's been a while since that has been reviewed. And I think that needs to be reviewed and clarified who does what. On the third page, I highlighted that first section there. That's probably still valid, that all positions within the town staff and elected officials have access to the lockbox, keys and so forth. The second item there is inventories. That says that should be performed by a deputy clerk as well as a council member. I don't know when the last time that was done. On page 5, there was a typographical error about middle of the page under item 5. The word, it was supposed to be recurring and it was reoccurring. The end of that page, the last bulleted item under that same section, I took out the word of. It said finance officer email of council, but it should just say must email council. On page 7 of 8, there's another separation of duties, and I don't believe any of those, some of them are probably accurate, but I'm sure those duties have been reassigned since this document was actually written. That probably needs to be reviewed. And this last page, the same thing. There's 15 items of duties listed there. And the same thing, I'm sure those items have been reassigned over the last couple years since this item was done, and that's probably should be reviewed. I don't know how council wants to proceed with those type of items. You want to do it yourselves? You want the staff to take a stab at it? We're asking for direction.
Tim, your thoughts? I'd be happy to work with you sometime this month in reviewing this and making any updates. It's probably a best practice that we review every town policy, annually.
Absolutely. There should be a
Sign off
process for
on them and just, that as long as we have a mayor, council form of government, all of management needs to be responsible for that. So that's 5 people. And sign off on those annually.
Mr. Winfrey, Mr. Foy has asked me for opinion, but more importantly, I would like to have yours on this circumstance.
Well, this is the council's document, so my suggestion would be, obviously you can't continue with something that has red lines and errors in it, so we need to have it corrected. So I'd be glad to work with the council to work on a unified plan, or you can vote before, but I think we need to come up with a policy that makes sense.
Okay.
Well, guys, I don't know, my gut about this is that we should call a 20-minute recess so I can read this, so y'all can read it. And if we can tolerate it, to vote on it and approve it, and then review it as needed for possible changes at an upcoming meeting. But we're putting our staff kind of in a difficult spot because they don't have a document that is guiding them to process payables and what have you, and there are statutory requirements about this. That's my opinion. I hate to delay, but that's what I see.
A 20-minute recess, I don't think is gonna work. Unless you wanna make a motion for that, that's something you can certainly do.
I have a suggestion. Would it, council consider, maybe one council member working with, Robbie and myself and Ms. Thacker to realistically look at how these duties have been performed over the last year, at least since I've been here, and make a recommendation at your next meeting?
So you're talking about the duties themselves,
Yes.
not so
And-
much the policy of this.
We can do the whole thing. I mean,
Okay.
and we could also work with Mr. Winfrey to make sure that any legal
So-
requirements are being met.
So what I would like to see is a different policy that outlines spending limits and then a separation of duties policy. What this currently is, and I made the revisions, so this is on me. But it's kind of two documents that's referred to as the separation of duties. The separation of duties is one thing, and then the spending limits and authorities and policies and procedures that go around that is a completely different thing. So I think this needs to be broken up into two documents. And I would be happy to, I think it's important to have Tim's input on this as a decision maker. So I'd be happy to work with Tim and or Ms. Martin or Robbie or Kim or whomever to get this right.
Yeah, Mr. Ford, just so I've said it, I think this document originated many years ago from either the state auditor's office or fiscal management. So the original template came from the state of North Carolina. You know, it's kind of an innocuous name that you wouldn't know what it is if you were just leafing through the policies, but that's where it originated. Before it's divided and changed into two different documents, just as a precaution. I don't know that we don't need to touch base with fiscal management for the state.
Look, I don't want to overly complicate this. I mean, right now, the name of this document right here is Internal Controls and Separation of Duties Policy. Well, that's something I can buy. I can buy into that and have it be one policy. In the past, we've referred to this just as the separation of duties policy. But if we're going to title this Internal Controls, then, hey, that makes all the sense in the world.
Well, just as a reminder, the council, this is not a suggestion from the state of North Carolina. This is a document is to conform with the state statutes regarding the management and expenditure of town money. I don't know what they might say, but I know that's where it came from, the state of North Carolina.
I would definitely like to see that statute.
Sharon Edmonston, Office of Fiscal Management under the State Treasurer, I believe, is the proper authority.
Is that part of the local government commission?
Yes.
Okay.
I just sure don't want to get out in front of them.
Right. I think whatever we do, it should probably be passed by the local government commission to make sure that they're okay with it, before if you're gonna revise it and adopt it. I think it'd be wise to have it reviewed by them first.
Yeah, this certainly falls under their jurisdiction, and this is what they do.
Tim, I have a motion unless you want to make one. I'll yield to your motion.
my motion would entail a 20-minute review of this document and a vote on it.
So absolutely, you're free to make that motion.
All right, Mr. Foy, and I'll apologize to those gathered in the audience, but I feel this is necessary. I move that we take a 20-minute recess for council members to review this document with the intent, if at all possible, to take a vote on it tonight to pass it as is or with minor corrections, so that we'll have a one document that's in force. And we certainly, there's no limit on the number of revisions we can take in the coming months, or future council can make this, as long as it conforms to state law. And I feel like that would kind of get us out of the woods here. That's my motion.
I just would like to explain my no vote. I'm going to vote no because I don't think.
Wait a minute, there's no second yet. So if there's no second, the motion fails. You're the chair.
Tim, I won't leave you on the vine, bud, but,
Well, y'all know I'm not gonna leave them on the vine.
yeah. I'll second it. I got some things to say, though, and then I'm not voting for it.
Well, I'm gonna second it, because I said I would second any motion that was put to the floor for somebody to be heard, so.
Well,
I'll second the motion,
I appreciate
even
that.
though I may not agree with it.
Well, that's fine, Mr. Landers. I
But
appreciate
I
it.
will second it, so you go on with it.
Well, we certainly aren't in a crisis condition. We have a policy. This policy has been in the book, and we've operated by this policy since it was voted on August 13th of 2020. To the best of my knowledge, there are no issues on this. In addition, we have had time in preparation for this meeting to review this together, should that be desired. I will be voting no on this specific motion, with all the respect in the world to Mr. Jones.
All right, well, with that said, since this is a discussion, I would like for Ms. Martin to confirm for the record that she cannot provide a certified copy of this document to me or anybody else. Is that correct, Ms. Martin?
That is correct. I have not found a fully executed copy that's been fully corrected in any of the files that I have looked through thus far.
Okay.
So are we operating improperly? I mean, are we?
I think that's a question for Mr. Winfrey, possibly.
There was a policy adopted in August 13th of 2020. Until it's, the council votes that policy to be different, that policy is still in effect. In the policy book out there, this policy is in there, right? It can be referenced by anybody?
There's two versions of that policy that are not the same, but there is policy in there.
What are the differences?
I'm sorry?
Do you know what the differences are?
Yes. Yeah, there's multiple differences.
This town has struggled with multiple documents, versions of documents for a long time. It is an issue.
Because this document, it's a few things in it that, I mean, we lowered spending authorities.
That's right.
And it's not, this document don't.
I would say it does, Jimmy. I
Think it does?
Page 5 seems to capture what I recall.
Mr. Winfrey, does this document exist if the town clerk of the town of Stokesdale can't certify it?
Well, I think her position is that this is the most recent one, but I think her statement was she had not found a fully executed one. Is that what I'm understanding?
What are the?
Well,
The differences short.
I have every confidence in Ms. Martin. It's just it either exists or the council members don't maintain the records. We do a lot of things, but we don't maintain the records. So if our records do not contain a verifiable, legitimate copy of this document, then I'm asking, legally, does it exist?
I guess my feeling is if the council and the town has been operating on this document, even though it may not have been fully executed, if that's what people have been relying on, if that's what I'm hearing has been going on.
It was adopted by council, but it was never executed as it should have been. But it was, all the changes, information in there, it was adopted by council.
So the one I'm looking at, maybe I'm looking at the wrong one. Because I don't know that I got the document I've got the emailed versions of it. The one I have was approved 8/13/2020.
Mr. Winfrey.
Is that not the right one?
This is the copy that Ms. Thacker, as the finance officer, provided.
Ms. Martin, what does it mean by executed, if it's, what's the difference between executed and adopted?
Should be corrected as it's
Nuances and differences are.
corrected as it was approved
Know that Ms.
with
Martin
all the strikeouts, highlights, all of that out of it, signed by both the mayor, attested by the clerk, and dated.
Well, the one, I mean, what's been handed to me and what I had seen on the email was one that was signed on page 8 of 7. Was signed and attested to on the August 13th, 2020.
That's correct. If you'll notice, there's several pages in there that contain strikeouts.
Right, but the fact that it has strikeouts in it doesn't make it invalid. That doesn't invalidate it. I mean,
Mr. Winfrey, I consider this to be your call.
okay. Well, if the question is, are we operating illegally because there are strikeouts in the document, I would say no. The strikeouts don't affect.
No, excuse me. The question is, if we have a document that the town clerk of the town of Stokesdale, who's responsible for our records, is unwilling to certify, do we have a document? And just for anybody listening, that Ms. Martin inherited this problem. She did not create it. I want to make that perfectly clear.
Well, there's no question that there was a document that was approved on August 13th, 2020, signed by the then mayor, attested to by the clerk at the time. And that document contains some typographical errors. It contains strike-throughs. I think because of those strike-throughs, Mr. Martin's unwilling to certify it, but I don't, as a legal matter, that doesn't affect the enforceability of the document, if that's what you're saying.
Again, Mr. Winfrey, I'll refer to you. If you think it's okay, then maybe we don't even need to make any revisions or change it.
I think it's not an urgent problem, I guess, I don't see it as an emergency. I do think it needs to be straightened out, and there needs to be a document that accurately reflects any changes. If there've been any changes made since August 13, 2020 on spending limits or anything else,
There have not.
then those need to be incorporated here. But if there've been no changes, substantive changes to it, and the only thing we are dealing with are strike-throughs and typographical errors that are not fatal to the document, I think it's a functioning document at this point.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion we have a motion on the floor to take a 20-minute recess and council review this document, and we also have a second. Is there any further discussion? If not, Jim?
I'm no.
I am also no. Jimmy?
Am I?
And we have Tim?
Aye.
Okay, the vote is 2-2. The motion does not pass. I would like it to make a motion that Tim and myself, in the next, by the next council meeting, present work with town staff and work to put together a document that all of town council, to put together a better document than what we have right now.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, is there any discussion?
Mr. Foy, I'm only going along with this if our intent here is not to substantially change the intent of this document, but rather just clean it up in a presentable fashion. And I'm happy to hear that council is going to be looking at it again and voting on it. But I would want to make sure that council understands that I don't intend to make wholesale changes to this document. It's just a matter of cleaning up the minor language, the strike-throughs, and that sort of thing. I don't want to. I'm not interested in changing the spending limits unless council is giving us some clear directive to do so.
I'm not interested in changing those as well. Those were spending limits that I was involved with implementing. I'm comfortable with the current spending limits. I think they're adequate to perform the operations of the town, but they also are very clear that any expenditure above $500 needs to come to this board for a
Okay.
vote. However, there is a verbiage in this, any water emergency up to $25,000 can be approved by 2 council members, as long as, of course, they immediately inform the remainder of the council. So I'll be happy to work with staff and Mr. Jones on this.
Well, I'm willing to pitch in. I don't know if we disagree, how do we handle that? Arm wrestling, jousting, duel, who breaks the tie?
Yeah.
We just have to hope we come to an agreement.
Farming.
What?
You got a disagreement, you got a council.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we'll be okay here. I think we're cool. We have a motion and a second.
Aye.
I'm also aye.
Aye?
Tim?
Aye.
All right, next we have consideration of a resolution consenting to the addition of streets within the Northridge Phase 4 subdivision. Ms. Martin, if I'm not mistaken, this is simply turning subdivision street in the Northridge subdivision over to the North Carolina DOT, thus making them a state road. This seems like something, if that's correct, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, this is administrative in nature. With that, I'm going to make a motion that we adopt that resolution consenting to the addition of the streets within the Northridge Phase 4 subdivision to the North Carolina DOT, with the understanding that the document the DOT will receive will have those street names on there.
Yes, it's in your resolution.
Okay?
I'll second that motion.
All right, is there any discussion?
Just an observation here. Seems like Mr. Bass used to come and present these. Are we missing the expertise of Justin Snyder, our planner with Guilford County, or are we comfortable proceeding with what we got? Ms. Martin, have you interfaced with them? Has he blessed this?
No, it's my understanding that this has always come from Mr. Norris with NCDOT.
Well, okay, just asking.
Any further discussions, council comments or questions? All right, we have a motion and a second. Let's vote. Jim?
Aye.
Derek's aye.
I'm aye, Jimmy.
And Tim?
Aye.
Okay, we have a proposal to extend the lawn care contract with Excellence Lawn Care for 1 year at the same terms and conditions. Mr. Rigsby?
Yes, I spoke with the gentleman from Excellence Lawn Care recently. He was very gracious to come out and double-check our irrigation system that right before it turned down in the single digits, and I do not believe he's going to charge the town for that. So it was very good, nice of him to do that. In speaking to him and speaking to Mr. Foy, his contract is due to expire on April the 12th or the 11th, however you want to look at that. Probably, I guess the 11th. No, I'm sorry. It's actually technically expiring March the 31st of 2023. We entered into this contract on a 1-year basis with the thought process of either party was not content with the services that we could back out. In speaking with Mr. Foy and also speaking with the gentleman from Excellence Lawn Care, I think at this point I don't have any negative feedback on his performance. And based on the price and that we were all very content with when we entered into the contract with him, I asked him if he'd be willing to extend that contract for another year, which would run from April 1st of 2023 to March 31st of 2024. He advised, and I was very specific that it would be under the exact same terms of the current contract, price, mowing, et cetera. He readily agreed that he would like to enter into that contract, and so I present that to you tonight as a motion, that we extend his contract for 12 more months under the same terms that we have previously approved.
Jim, could you just confirm the dollar amount?
It is $24,000 per year or $2,000 per month.
Okay.
I'll second the motion.
And, excuse me a second if I may, guys, is the date of the proposal, was it available to us?
It's in your package.
Yeah,
Well, as far
yeah,
as
I'm
last
big-
year's proposal and contract is in the package.
I'm drowning in paper, but I'm looking for it and don't see it.
These guys have done a good job. They, it was part of a bidding process, and I'd just like to, check with Mr. Winfrey. We are okay doing this without going back through a bidding process?
I think for services like this, I think you're fine to renew it.
Okay, they've done a good job, and I'm all for it,
Yeah.
extremely less expensive.
And, yeah, Jimmy and Jim, have done a heck of a job overseeing this. In fact, I think those guys a couple years ago got 9 different bids from different vendors, and it's being the most price competitive, and the work has been fantastic, and we saved $20,000 a year to boot with this new contractor. I commend him for honoring the same rate to extend the service for 1 year. In these days of inflation, it's refreshing to see. I guess it just means he's making pretty good money now, but it's I will be voting for this.
This is one I wouldn't mind extending for several years, which I would hate to ever do that because
Yeah.
we may not be here in a year.
Right.
And
That's the
Jimmy,
only reason I wouldn't do it.
I'm going to
wouldn't
be
want to.
honest here. I thought we had only done it for a year, but I'm looking at the contract. It was 2 years. But I know that in my discussion and going back to the spirit of the discussions 2 years ago, on both sides, we didn't want to enter into a long-term agreement on either side for the fact is, A, we may not be happy, and on his side, of course, B, things do change and he may need to have a cost increase, so we didn't want to lock him into a 2-year contract that he wasn't satisfied with either.
I think it'd only be proper for us to only do it 1-year contract because, like I said, our term's up. Who knows how that'll go?
Yes.
And I wouldn't want to vote, I've seen it done, people on their way out voting on contracts for 2 years and stuff like that, and I think it's rotten.
And 1 year was what I discussed with him, just to be
Yeah,
clear.
Okay, yeah, I'll do it for 1 year. And if you guys are here, you can do it for, they're good, I'd do it for 4 years.
Well,
Yeah,
guys,
I
Guys,
just wouldn't
hear
want
you,
to tie
Jimmy.
another council's hands.
I must just be blind, but there's no date on this proposal in agreement. Can you put your finger on it for me?
What you got?
Give me
This is, oh,
Yeah, we do not have a new one written yet. We're gonna have to get the attorney to draw that up with the new, we do not have a new contract written yet for him to sign.
we pretty
We
much.
can't
just-
have him sign it until we vote on it.
You can just pretty much take this contract
Yes.
and you're gonna have to do different signatures and everything, change everything. Let him still, he can still look at it. I don't know why.
Well, with respect to all parties concerned, I'm not voting on a document that doesn't exist. I don't know how to fix it. One other thing I want to mention, don't have any reason to complain about these folks. I hadn't gotten any complaints. The property committee's happy with them. Hey, no problem. I would like to be sure that we're covering the subject of insurance with this company, that we have their general liability insurance information in limits satisfactory to the town, our insurance carrier, and Mr. Winfrey. So I'm not sure if we have that nailed down real good.
That would be part of the original application to the town. He had to provide those documents. So the clerk should be able to provide those upon request.
Absolutely. We'll check, make sure that the date's still valid, but most of the vendors that are repeat vendors that we've used recently, we get their insurance documents
Thank you.
in a timely manner.
I understand that we're in the habit of getting a certificate of insurance. What I'm asking is, what is the public liability limit that we're asking them to carry, both the per occurrence and aggregate total, I believe is the correct term. And I'm looking at the service agreement, the old one, that was,
And paragraph 4 doesn't really specify an amount,
well,
if
you
that's,
know,
if that's what you're.
this is a time to talk about it. And then my next question, if I hadn't confused everybody already, is Mr. Winfrey going to be updating the town's services agreement and attaching it to this proposal that hadn't been received yet.
Well, again, the thought was, once, if we approved it, we would simply create a new service agreement with the updated dates, present it to, of course, the attorney would usually handle that, present it to both parties for signature, but we can bring it back to council again if we need to, for a pure satisfaction of seeing a document, but I mean, we were going to use the same terms and, as we've got here.
Well, if I make a suggestion, maybe the thing to do is for the council to authorize an amendment to this, to extend the term for another 12 months, add the insurance requirements that Mr. Jones has pointed out need to be nailed down, and present that amendment to the existing contract to the council at its next meeting, assuming it's agreeable.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Rigsby, is there sufficient time to continue this to February, get all the Ts crossed and the Is dotted and do that, or is that gonna delay your care?
No, it's sufficient. This contract doesn't expire until March 31st, so I just wanted to kind of get a council vote on it so we could prepare the documents and have them signed by him and of course by us prior to that date, so.
Well, with all due respect to everybody, I've just learned to not be voting on things I don't have in my hand.
Jim, what do you think? We just tighten this up a little bit, maybe continue it to next month? February should still give us ample time to.
Yeah, absolutely.
Get our ducks in a row.
And the main thing I wanted to do, if there was any contention on the council, we still had time to, discuss further options. But if we have no contention as far as the approval of it, then just working out the semantics of it will be fine for the next month. So if we could ask, would it be appropriate for Mr. Winfrey to just create the amendment? Or was that something that the clerk would create?
I would suggest maybe I'll make a pass at it and make sure that, and circulate to the council to make sure that if there's any other changes other than the insurance and term, then we could then go from there.
That sounds like a good path forward.
Guys, real quick, I stuck myself a sticky note there on the last page of our package regarding professional engineering services for the park. There's a document that governs the amount of insurance we're asking this engineering firm to have. And it lays out the requirements for insurance in a manner that's satisfactory to me. And that is what I'd like to see in this services agreement that Mr. Winfrey and previous town attorneys have been attaching to these smaller contracts. I just feel like, asking them to have insurance, and they send in whatever certificate of insurance they have to the town clerk, that is a step in the right direction. But I think council should consider how much insurance is enough insurance and, make that requirement.
I believe my recollection was that for the cleaning one that we just approved, I think that was we put $1 million in, I think was the liability limits on that.
The verbiage I'm looking at is $1,000 per occurrence, excuse me, guys. 1 million per occurrence, 3 million annual aggregate. And gets into the issue of business automobile insurance, 1 million per occurrence for bodily injury, property damage, et cetera. And then requires the workman's compensation, employees' liability insurance. I don't know whether they have that or not. That could be a sticking point. But I would just like to see us tighten up a little bit and get our insurance requirements into our services agreement, the generic form that we've been using, if you see what I'm saying. So we don't have to go through this every time we hire somebody. It'll already be there in our services agreement. You see?
Right. Good point. So path forward. Ms. Martin is going to send the contract existing now. Hopefully, we have that in a Word document.
I hope so.
Hope so,
Did you
right.
find it?
I've located the PDF to go ahead and send over to you. I'm trying to find the Word document. It may be that it's on her computer
The old document.
in the old documents.
It could be. If not, there are programs that convert PDFs to Word.
Well,
And
and I
we
wouldn't
could
need it where I mean, if we're going to just do an amendment anyway, it would just be a new document that amends the old one.
Okay.
So I think
Okay.
we're fine.
Okay, so we have a path forward, and we will revisit this issue, this contract in the February meeting. Next item on the agenda, we have budget.
Mr. Foy, there was a motion on the floor that needs to be taken care of. Remove the motion or do something, please.
Yes, sir. Jim, I think you made a motion.
I'll remove the motion.
All right, the motion is removed. Are there any other questions, comments regarding the renewal of the contract with Excellence Lawn Care?
Thank you.
All right, moving on, Finance Officer Kim Thacker is going to present a budget amendment. You should have the documents of this budget amendment ordinance. It's not included in your packet, it's a standalone document. Does all of council have this?
Sir,
Kim, I'm going to turn it over to you.
number 2.
Yep.
Okay.
Ms. Thacker?
Okay, this is on the, I am requesting consideration of budget amendment number 2 for fiscal year 22-23. And you should have the budget ordinance amendment number 2 in front of you. And for section A for income, I am requesting to,
Kim, just for the record, we'll clarify, this is the Water Enterprise Fund.
oh, I thought I did, I'm sorry, for the
You may
water.
have.
This is for the
Please
water.
accept my apologies if I
I'm
missed it.
sorry. Yes, this is for the Water Enterprise Fund. And I'm requesting for Section A, income, to increase investment income by $15,000, which would give the balance to $17,000. Water sales, increase $75,000, which would make the balance $600,000. Taps and connection fee, decreasing, by $40,000, which would be our balance of $15,000, which totals $50,000 to the revenue. Section B, I am requesting for expenses, item number 11,000, water purchase, increase by $45,000, which would make our balance $210,000. Increase, item number 12,003, engineering consulting fee, consultation fees by $5,000. Our balance will be $40,000. Increase in item number 12,004, dues and subscription to $5,000, which would give us a balance of $6,800. I am then requesting to reduce item number, that should be 12,002. Contract operation, decreasing that by $5,000, which our balance will be $105,000.
Kim, will this yield a balanced budget?
Yes, sir.
I'll make a motion that we adopt the budget amendment number 2, and that, if approved, that Mayor Crawford and Ms. Martin would sign off on that to adopt.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Jim?
Aye.
Derek's aye. Jimmy?
Jimmy's aye.
Kim?
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes 4-0. Next up, consideration of applying for credit line increase for the town's credit card. I've been pondering this one over.
Yeah.
We have a credit card right now with a $3,000 credit limit. Kim, do we have a debit card with Fidelity?
No, we do not have debit cards at all.
In my opinion, rather than operating with a credit card, given our, financial position, it would be more practical to me to have a debit card linked to the checking account, and then couldn't you link that into QuickBooks? Please, if you don't agree with this, please say.
I think, my opinion, I think we should have, if we're gonna have that many credit cards, because we have, how many credit cards? 3?
We have more than one?
Right, but there's a limit.
Same card, different names on it.
Right, but I'm saying there's 3 three different individuals who have the card, is what I'm saying. And there's a limit on that card, whereas the general fund, that's where our cash is. That's where the general fund cash is. And I feel like that could be opening up something by accident. You have way more access to a lot more money versus a limit of $5,000 credit line versus $600,000.
Who are the three individuals listed on these cards?
Dale, Priscilla. No, it's just two. Did the mayor, no? Yeah, but it's just, I'm sorry, it's two. Current, I apologize, not three, two. It is Priscilla and Dale.
What's your recommendation?
I would like to recommend that we cancel the BB&T credit card and get a credit card through Fidelity Bank, because that is where our checking is. BB&T, now that it's moved to Truist, we can't, and everyone can vouch, staff can vouch, I have tried to reach out, we've all tried to reach, we can't get anything done through Truist.
Okay.
They are not cooperative, just the customer service is not, so.
Try to give them money.
Yeah, when you're trying to give them money, they're not cooperative either.
Interesting. I'll make a motion that we close the Truist credit card upon the approval of the application of a new credit card with Fidelity Bank.
I'll second that motion.
And authorize Ms. Thacker to make those arrangements.
And the finance officer authorized those changes. Yes, sir.
What's the limit?
That was my next question. Thank you, Jimmy. What
Well-
limit
What
for the
limit do you
for the
need?
new credit line? I feel like there should be, the problem we're running into for the $3,000 limit is, the way the bill cycles, is just not enough there, where we've paid for Robbie's classes, the $1,600, and then we have supplies that we're purchasing, and then the mayor's classes and his travel expense. And then the parade, parade expenses. So when we have those expenses that occur like that, we're hitting that limit. So I'm having to write a check to clear out the bank, to clear the credit card, so staff can order what needs to be ordered, because,
What would you recommend?
yeah, that's what I was thinking, about 5,000. I think just, $5,000 would be.
Is it a problem for you to make more than one payment a month on a credit card bill?
No, it's not. Well, yes, it is. Because we ran into that problem. I tried to call the number and make a payment because they needed to, I forgot, something needed to be ordered or something, and we were at our limit. And I said, okay, we'll just make a payment to try and get get that part done so we can open up some credit. You call them and they say the balance was $0. The bill was past due. It was not past due. I have very much proof of that. And that you don't owe anything, so they can't take a payment from us right now, which was Robbie was my witness on that one. He listened to that whole thing.
That doesn't make sense.
No, it made no sense.
Let's just change it to $5,000. I mean,
I think that would be sufficient enough,
$200
5,000.
talking about it.
I agree.
Okay. With that motion, Kim, are you clear with what that motion is?
Yes.
Motion is to open up a credit card with Fidelity Bank where the town assets currently exist. Upon approval of that, the credit limit should be $5,000 on that. Upon that approval, we will close out the Truist credit card. That's the motion.
And just for the record, I will have to have, because, and you know this, I will have to have those minutes where this is going to pass through before Fidelity will even allow me to do that.
Good.
So,
Good. Okay. Any other comments, questions?
Do we need to take a separate action to approve some sort of document to get ahead of this with the minutes? Because she's not gonna have those minutes till, at the earliest, the February meeting. Is that early enough, Ms. Thacker?
yes, because do we have anything major we're needing to order before the February meeting because I've paid down the credit card already?
Usually, they want to see a resolution. And so it may be if we authorize the clerk to prepare a resolution and authorize the mayor to sign the resolution, then that's typically what the banks want to see.
From past experience with Fidelity, and Derek's my witness on that one, they request the minutes.
Okay,
They
gotcha.
request to see the minutes where it was,
Okay.
yeah,
Yes.
they do.
Well,
That
that-
happened.
that's fine. I
But
like
we
that.
didn't have a resolution to show them.
No, and she didn't they specifically, I can ask the bank,
Yeah.
they'll do the resolution. But
Why-
they specifically told me they needed a copy of the minutes.
So we have two options. This is not urgent, right? This is not urgent. So I think we'll to prepare a resolution and have Mike sign it and Ms. Martin sign it would be
And I-
prudent, and, you know, could potentially move forward with that.
Okay. Give it a
All
shot.
right, all right, so the elements in the resolution would authorize Ms. Thacker to take the following action. Apply for a Fidelity credit card with a limit of $5,000. And once that's approved, close the credit card account with Truist.
Yes, sir.
And that we're authorizing Ms. Martin to draft this resolution and authorizing Mayor Mike Crawford to sign it.
Yes, sir.
And we're doing this without having it in front of us, but we're all on the same page, right?
Yes, sir. Are we ready to vote? Jim?
Aye.
Am I? Jimmy?
Aye.
Tim?
Aye.
All right, next on the agenda is consideration of a request.
Excuse me. Ms. Martin, would you see to it that this, as soon as this is drafted, that you email it to council, just so we have a little bit of oversight after the fact? Sorry, Mr. Foy.
No, we're good. We're in the home stretch. Next up on the agenda, item 16, consideration of request to move funds from the general fund, from the legal profession attorney line item to this audit line item. They're in this category. There are two line items, budget line items in this category. Because this proposal was not to move funds into a different category, a budget amendment is not required. However, a vote of council is absolutely required. Kim, take it from there, please.
Okay. Number 16, I am asking council for consideration to request to move funds from item number 60300, legal professional attorney fees, to 6200 audit fees, and that amount is to move $555 from the attorney fees into the audit fees. Our audit bill was $14,555. When the contract came out for the audit, we had just approved the budget, and the audit contract had not been signed yet. So that came like kind of within the week, that same period. So the contract was $14,555.
Okay?
And a budget amendment, like Derek said, is not needed to move from one category to the other within that same category.
No, not by statute, but in this town, it absolutely requires a vote of
correct.
council. I'll make the motion that we decrease the legal professional attorney fees by $555 and increase the audit budget line item by $555.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion, we have a second. Is there any discussion or questions?
Are we sure we don't need a written budget amendment? We're moving between categories.
No, sir.
It,
This actually, under the general fund, falls under, I believe, professional service category. So it would be the same category, different line items, though.
That's correct.
okay. I can't find the paperwork on this because there is none. Is that correct, Ms. Thacker?
That's correct.
All right, Mr. Foy, I hate to put you through it, but would you restate those numbers?
I would make a motion that we decrease in the general fund, the budget line item for legal professional and attorney by $555, and increase the line item for audit by $555. We have a motion and a second. Jim?
Aye.
Am I? Jimmy?
Aye.
Tim?
Aye.
All right.
Thank you. I'm
Folks,
done for the night.
Yes, ma'am. Folks, I hope y'all need this as bad as I do, but I would like to request a 5-minute recess. Any objections?
Agreed.
Okay.
Robbie, would you put that document out for everybody, the last one I sent you? Thank you.
Absolutely. So,
Oh, yeah, I didn't realize you were doing that.
just one
Yeah.
is it the water up here? Is it the water up here?
What about it? That,
Next to the.
I don't know what it is. The water's coming from Winston-Salem, so.
Presentation looks pretty good.
Should we go back out of them?
Conservative
I think you could whoop me. Okay.
people.
Appreciate the quick response on that work you did over the holidays and all. That's impressive. It's because it's hard to get anything done during that time period.
The keys are worse.
Okay, gotcha.
I'd like to get them all in.
You know, that could have easily ran
Yeah,
late to my
that's right.
view.
Well, is there, I mean, Patty's in the B team, so I'm, I didn't wonder.
Wish we'd slow down a little bit. You know that developer is wanting to do another, about half, another section.
I know,
above
I
that,
read the
and I'm afraid
raps.
that we done get our hand
I
with
cut rope bridge in Summerfield.
because
Raps.
that would be another section
Noticed that it
that the developer put in for us.
number of meters.
I think it's the same, I'm not sure if it's the same one or not,
Shared her report with Pat.
but, I mean, we gotta do it, but I'm not saying we gotta go that way, but I'm just saying, it would be nice if we just had a section in.
Basically, the administrative report. Then,
Well, I'm gonna hold off on it as long as I can to find out what they're gonna do. You know, they're coming to planning
separation of
board,
duties
so.
policy, but
Oh, I need to be careful, wrong.
I would like a copy of
Yeah, but my
the
mind.
number 14, consideration of budget amendment two. Okay, yes. Cause there were 5 or 6 items, weren't there? Sort of,
I get certain to it.
was it here? It is. Okay, good.
That's okay. Hour and 20.
Okay, good, so we've got it.
Yeah, the admin report, I can certainly.
Well, the admin report and, do you
Yeah.
have a spare separation of duties report around? The most current, I guess, the.
I don't think those folks are gonna be happy. You know, that's the thing.
I need to give you a.
I told the guy I was talking to a friend of mine.
Okay, great.
I said, you know,
Well, so I'm trying to remember,
said, these
I
folks,
wrote
when
up
they
these
move
year
in,
in
I said, they won't want
look
anybody
back
else to move
stories,
in. I said, that's just the way it is, because they don't want, they don't.
even though Patty pays
I don't
me
blame them.
to read the
I
newspaper.
told them, I said, I wish
Really
I'd
don't
never
read
build another house.
You know, I just don't,
In
I
town,
don't
but-
read my own
But
articles.
you know, how do you,
So I need to know about Stokesdale, I just go read the article. There you go. But so in doing these look backs about the 3 towns, you came from rural Hall.
I'd like to go back, well, you know, I don't want, you can't go back, you can't go back.
Hope is that you're
Things
gonna
change.
progress and move into
But
a
I don't
more
get excited
responsibility.
about bringing 20 more thousand people. And it's not that I gotta, I mean, most everybody I know is people that are new, people I know new.
No,
Or new
I should
people,
know.
people,
Rural
good
Halls, is
people.
that for
You know,
Smithfield?
but I don't wanna be like New York City, and I don't even want to be like Kernersville.
You put me down for all
But
seconds.
it's not up to me, it's up to what people want to do to the property. As far as I'm concerned, you know, and if it's not just something crazy. Oh, you know, you can't, you got all this land and
Like,
people,
where's it
you know,
near?
people don't want farm.
It's near, sort of near.
Chinese only wants to want farmland.
Walkertown?
Yeah. Farming is hard. That's a hard life. People just, you know, they wanna sell the property. And, you know, they got a right to sell theirs just like the people, you know, all the developers.
The
are doing.
newer
Those farmland.
Derios, that's in.
You get a lot of folks, they don't, you know, they don't want nothing else, well, they got here that way. You know, and I mean, at one time, the house, you know, where we were at,
There's not
you
one
know,
in
wasn't there, it was, we got there, you know, so I mean, well, it's hard to tell somebody else they can't do something.
One on 66.
Yeah,
I went up
things
to,
change.
I went up and
I don't know, yeah, I went to Atlanta, Georgia
Christian home
years
in-
ago, and I guess I was about 12, 13, my mother's not ready. Thought she was going to move down there because she worked for the government.
Absolutely.
And, they moved the Federal Home Loan Bank down
And
there.
my children are grown
And
now.
get another government job
My
up
son
there.
was playing
But
youth
I remember
soccer.
going into Atlanta.
We went to,
I guess it's 72, 71, something like that.
when we went to during the
You know,
areas,
looking
it was
for
still the
places.
original one.
Now you go down there.
Yeah.
and it is,
So I
just,
And someone, I asked
I'm
them what
glad
this
we
would
didn't move.
open, and the woman
But-
said they should here.
oh, oh, Lord.
My job with the children's, my son's
Everything,
age
you
that I
know, they
remember,
probably
but
did.
anyway, it's.
That's one of them did up here.
Anyway, I like your.
We don't need it. Just a little old interstate, use an interstate going through.
Oh, here's your,
I remember the old restaurant building, I had that blue restaurant, it was like the top of the skyline. Now, there's buildings all around, you can't, if you sit in that restaurant, you can't even see. You know what I'm talking about, the one that circles around?
Yeah, I know, I haven't been up there.
And when it opened, of course, I would go by at lunch and Russell.
Yes, ma'am.
would be up there. I think his position has changed with the company, but at that time, I think he was really helping to open the new restaurant. But he's with them. I tell you,
I tell you, so, my brother moved to Louisiana, he borrowed my pickup truck, and he looked like Jed Clinton, he put sideboards on this thing, and he had stuff stacked up, I mean, and he come off that beltway.
so where did
I
you
don't think
live?
that beltway was that old, I don't remember, but the sideboard broke, went out into the interstate. He said, you know, he said, I was thinking, he said, these people started stopping and picking things up, and I was thinking, these people down here in Atlanta are nice. He said, then they started taking it to their cars and trucks.
All right, folks, that's been about 5 minutes. We'll go ahead and get back started.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Next up on the agenda is item number 17. This is the discussion on Town of Stokesdale's IT contract. Mr. Rigsby.
So let me just address council real quick. Mr. Wagner just placed a single page in front of you. Keep that, that's important. Then he also placed in your package two similar-looking documents. The one that, if you open up to the second page, the one with the price of it on it, the $690, that's the one we need to focus on. The other one was an error. So he should put that in your package tonight before we started. So the one that's $690, and then you should have a single page, and that's what we're gonna talk about. So, a couple things, our contract with TCS is coming up, and, I've been in talks to their representative. A couple things that's gonna have to change. One of them is they're going to a different platform for security, a more advanced and more robust security, process that has a 24-hour monitoring, piece to it, to where basically somebody's watching our IT 24 hours a day at a service center. And if they see something that they don't like in the system, then they can immediately shut it down or isolate that to one computer inside the network to keep it from spreading. And he said that that is a direct reflection of the many municipalities and businesses that have been held hostage from ransomware and et cetera. So they've had to kind of move in that direction to go to the next level of security. Of course, with that comes a cost. If you look on the second page, on page 3 of 5 on the document the multi-page document, this is an updated agreement proposal to continue the services with TCS. The biggest change is, of course, the added expense of that agreement. Let me find the old agreement here if we want to reference it. But it's approximately a $240 a month increase for that security. There is a little bit of an increase from when the original document was created, but I think that's more of just smaller increases throughout the time. But the main increase is about $240 per month, starting February 1st. Our only options at this point are we go out and find another security provider or if we want to maintain our security, we were going to have to upgrade to this service with them. So that'll be, one of my, I'm gonna make two separate motions on this. So that's the one part that I want to talk about first is our monthly contract for security and, our backup. None of the backup, stuff will change. It's just mainly, going to a more robust 24-hour, security system. So that will cause our monthly bill to go up approximately, like I said, approximately $240 over what it is today. Kim, do you by chance know what our monthly invoice is exactly?
$423 a month, so this is $267 more.
Okay.
And just to keep in mind, I just want to let you know, either one that you decide, we've spent, a lot of money. We're gonna have a budget.
What's a
amendment.
lot?
A lot, with the, oh boy, hold on. Just with the monthly fee, let me get this in total. Bear with me. Okay, for just the monthly service with,
Just high level year to date, what have we spent versus what is in the budget?
oh, well, under IT, we are, because there's computer repairs too, these are separated out in the budget.
Okay.
Under the computer and equipment repair is one amount. And the IT security and website design, that is just our monthly fee with TCS. And like I said, that's $426 a month. But we also have a website payment that will be due of $1,375 that comes in April or May. So we're right on the board, we have just enough budgeted for the IT monthly and that website service that we have to pay them annually.
Okay.
Now, if you go up to item number 4600, under the office equipment and repair, $2,020.64. So you're looking at, 47, almost, let's just round it up to like $4,800 for the fiscal year, and that's from July through December.
And what's the budget? I'm not looking at the budget right now.
Well, that office equipment purchase repair is $7,000, but that's for any piece of equipment we have in town hall, not just computers or anything like that. That's for, I don't know, the printer.
Council has a decision to make, and what you're saying, if we proceed, we move forward by entering into a new contract or renewing this contract, the budget would need to be amended?
Yes, absolutely. And that's under the IT security for 7,400, item number 7,400. Because I've calculated, throughout the rest of the year, I had this figured up earlier. You're talking about you're gonna have to add, we've got $5,200, let's just say $5,200 left in the IT security. Okay, for 5 more months of this starts in February, you said, Jim?
Yes, ma'am. And
Okay.
it's, just to be clear, so there's no confusion, it's $690. There's 2 documents out there, but it's the $690
Oh,
document.
I'm sorry. Okay, for the $690 then, we're looking at, let's say, we'll round that up to $3,500 for February through June. Then we also have the $1,375 website. That bill normally comes annually, and it normally comes around April or May, and it's $1,375. That's what we've been paying. I have not been told of any price hikes or anything through that, but this day and time, I'm sure there's probably gonna be one. But the office equipment purchase and repair, again, we've already spent, $2,000 there. We do have 49 left there. But to me, that's really cutting it really close. And I know that before we, have a contract, I'm supposed to make, as, it's my duty as the finance officer to make sure that the money's in the budget for the increase and also to carry out the rest of the fiscal year, so for the remaining bills, so. I'm just making you aware.
Okay, so are you saying that we need, I'm sorry, Derek, are you saying we need to make a budget amendment before we approve this contract going forward? Or we should have a budget amendment prepared at the same time?
Well, a budget amendment needs to be approved.
Or before
the
we
contracts.
go over
Yeah,
the money?
Yes,
Okay.
because I'm supposed to pre-audit, all invoices, I'm supposed to pre-audit the invoices, contracts, and everything, and right now, which is what I'm in the process of doing, is pre-auditing. This is not in the budget, so we need to have a budget amendment first before this contract is accepted.
Jim, it sounds like on 2/1, these prices are gonna go up, whether we
They
extend
are.
the contract or not. My recommendation is that, we get this document. Kim now has this document. This was not in our packet.
This was the first time seeing it, yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
My recommendation here would be to Kim, assess this document, maybe, we, or you, or together, work with Kim, to get a budget, but, she's right, that is the law. We couldn't enter into a contract, before we amend the budget. And if you don't see a pressing issue on this, would you have any objection continuing this to February?
I personally don't have, but I would need to reach out to ITS to ask the what-if question of what happens if we don't, are we just gonna get billed at a higher rate? Because we were in a contract, let me say this, we were under an agreement with them for a while, and we have been out of that contract for a few months. So what my original intent in December was just to get us back within a contract scenario. But then he's brought up this is, they're going to have to go to this February 1st. It's not an option that we don't go to this security level. And he also brought up a point that I don't think we have cybersecurity insurance as a town. I don't know if I've ever heard that mentioned. He said a lot of towns' insurance requires that, like cybersecurity, and he said this would be compatible with that insurance certification. A lot of them require this level of insurance or this level of security. He said something maybe we may need to look at some point if we do need to look at insurance. So also, before we go any further, I want, because it's kind of important to the budget amendment part. The second single page to this, it's kind of a separate issue. This is not as pressing, so we can come back to this whenever the budget gets amended, but I just wanted to bring it up. Our server that we back up to before it goes to the cloud is reaching capacity. We're not gonna shut down tonight or anything like that, but probably within the next few months, we may start reaching capacity. Basically, we have two options. We move stuff off the server. We actually manually, somebody goes in and says, we don't need that on the server, we take it off. I don't think any of us want to do that. I think that the whole reason of doing the backup in the cloud and the server is to maintain all of our documents, not pick and choose what we maintain. So my suggestion would be just to upgrade the server as written down on the TCS document. He advised me this would get us secured through about 2025 as far as space goes. And the price on that for the server and the installation and the formatting of the drives and such would be a total of $742.13. But like I said, I don't think that's as pressing. I haven't personally looked at the drives and storage space like in the last few weeks. But I know the last time I looked at it, they were getting over to the right. They were pretty close.
Okay.
So we could, based on the budget, whatever works best for Kim, we can table this part until, but keeping it in mind with the budget amendment that we come back and readdress it. So I'll proceed however you think is appropriate, Kim.
I have one more question. When you do reach back out to them, because we get charged a different, we pay these people a lot of money. when we reach out, if Robbie or Dale or someone has an issue with their computer, and they charge us additional charges when they have to come in and do repairs or log
Yes.
in or what have you, is that rate going up as well? Like an hourly rate, or how?
I can reference, if you give me a few minutes, I can reference the old contract. The new rate is 135. No, I'm sorry, the agreement rate is 125. I don't think that's going up. Let me just flip through.
110 now.
Let me flip through and see what the old contract said.
So where it says non-agreement 349, then it says agreement 309, are these the prices if we're not in a contract with them?
I believe that would be correct, yes.
Okay,
So it may be a situation, it may just be an assumption that if we don't approve and enter into a 12-month contract, that we would still be in operation on February 1st, just at the rate that's on the left side of that,
What,
the non-contract, the non-agreement rate.
Kim, from a short-term budgetary exposure, if we were to continue this 1 month, are we gonna, even not under a contract, will we run into any short-term budget constraints? And I'll define short-term as just 1 month.
yeah, no, 1 month, no. But if we do 1 month, then we, we're gonna have to, we have to have someone, obviously, and if it's gonna be at these prices, we're gonna have to have an amendment regardless. But for the short term, no.
And let me answer your question, I have it in front of me. It's a little bit differently broke down, but, a network, I guess this is their term for that person, a network person on the 2020 agreement was 115, and the technician on on this most current agreement is 125. So yes, that is a slight increase per hour on the rate of that person.
If you're in a contract,
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
okay.
Or the standard rate, for example, the standard rate on a technician is 135, and an agreement rate's 125 an hour. So, and it just goes from there. You can see it on the back page of this. I guess it'll be about the fourth page. So as you go, at a higher rate of, I guess, expertise, it does get a little higher. But I don't know that we've had to go beyond technician, to my knowledge. I don't think anybody above technician level would need to work on a computer. Okay.
I don't know that I ever knew what the rate was, but the technician could have been somewhere.
I agree, that the cost is, it is what it is. I'm not an expert to be able to sit and look at, these type services compared to someone else's services list, unless they were exactly the same, and I doubt they would be if just somebody random, we went out and got another vendor.
For staff, are you pleased with TCS?
Tell truth. Tell truth.
I think Dale's about to rip into him.
I think with the Facebook issue, it took entirely too long. And they didn't solve the problem.
Did we pay for them not to solve the problem?
Well, they billed us, I'm sure, and, yeah, and they never could solve the problem for us. I think other than that, that's the only specific incident. Oh, Mr. Wagner has an issue with his laptop that's been repaired.
The only issue that I've had with them was maybe a month or so after starting, my laptop slowed down. It just completely slowed down. And after speaking with somebody, they would have me try something. They'd say, all right, call us back. If that doesn't work for a week, try it for a week. Didn't work, I'd call them back. Did that twice, and I said, look, I'm not going to keep doing this. We need to fix the problem. They said, well, it's just your laptop's too old. Well, the laptop was
We
purchased.
just bought it.
Correct, less than a year ago. What it all turned out to be was the docking port was not connected through an Ethernet cord, and that's all it was. And it took a representative who just answers the phone at TCS to say, "Did you try that?" And of course, we tried that and it worked. So not even a technician told me that. It was just the lady who was going to transfer me to a technician.
What'd that cost?
I don't know.
Bill on that, because I had an issue, I did not pay, the one issue that I had with them, they had come in and did a reboot or something on my computer and locked me out and logged me, I couldn't get into my computer. So I had to contact them to get back in, and it's where they had gone in and done a update or something, I can't remember exactly. You remember that, something, I can't remember what it was. Something happened. And I said, and I called them back and I said, "You're not charging me for that. You guys did that, not me. That's not on the town." Now that did get solved, because I said, you know, that was not staff, that wasn't anything to do with staff. You logged in, that got messed up on your end. You didn't go back in and do whatever needed to be done. So that's my only problem with them.
And let me address the Facebook issue. I can tell you, me personally, I probably had 25 hours in trying to fix Facebook. So I'm not saying, I'm not defending them, but it was, I tried a lot of different things in 25 hours, including reaching out to Facebook, which was to no avail. They don't even have a 1-800 number. You know, I emailed them. I think I went through 2 or 3 other little customer service issues. So, and I know we finally got that fixed, but it was not a simple fix, whatever it was. And
Wait a minute, you fixed Facebook?
no, I didn't fix it. I tried to fix it where our link was down or something, and
They didn't.
no, I tried to bill, and Kim called me up and told me what I could do with my bill, but I tried 25 hours, so I can see their frustration with that, because I tried everything from Googling to calling to, I did a lot of work on that and couldn't get it to work, so, you know, just, and then that's obviously a Facebook issue and on their server, so, I mean, we were kind of out of our control.
I think as far as the hourly rates, we figured out, I guess, that they will milk it if you stay on the phone with them. And so when we have to call them, you know, Robbie's great. He knows a whole lot more than Chris or I even one, and he's been able to fix a lot of our issues. If we don't, we'll reach out to Jim. But we don't call them unless we absolutely have to. And we have learned that they'll stay on the phone and talk with us, and they're gonna bill us for each hour. So we're very diligent about saying,
Sounds like an attorney.
So you,
fix it,
Or an accountant.
yeah.
Or an engineer.
you think they'll milk it, huh?
Well, so that we've learned just to say, "Here's the problem. Call us back when you fix it."
Sure.
And then we hang up the phone, and so.
If we stay on the phone with them, they're billing us the
So-
entire time.
And I don't looking at the budget, Kim, I don't see that when you went back to the line, and you can correct me on the line item, it didn't seem like we had spent on 4,600 office equipment repair. We've only spent $2,000 to date.
Adding the two together, the IT line, and then that one comes
Right.
to 46.
But that's the repair side that we're talking about currently, about calling in and stuff. So we've only spent $2,000 total. I don't know that that's an absorbent.
No, but Derek had asked total what we had paid
Right.
from July to December, and $4,600 is a lot, in my opinion, to an IT company.
But the 4,600 would include the backup, the cloud, the server. Would it not? Would it not include the monthly fee?
The IT line is just our monthly service fee to them, our monthly payment to them before whatever it comes up to, whatever that is. And then under the computer repair, under the repairs. 4,600, under the equipment purchase and repair, see, I separate out those bills, because our monthly is under a contract with them. And then we have the office equipment purchase repair, that's another line item.
Right, and that's what I'm talking about, that's only 2,000. The
Right, but I
equipment
was sa-
repair. The service, the monthly service that that backs up our cloud and stuff, I mean, I don't know, I mean,
If I
nobody,
said that was 46, that's not what I meant. That's not what, I meant these two combined together. I was just saying 46, 40 combined together, what we had.
I'm just trying to nail, so
Paid
the
them.
issue seems to be more when we have to call them the hourly rate versus what we have to pay monthly to back up our cloud and all that. Nobody seems to have an issue necessarily with the backup side, but more with the day-to-day, calling them and stuff.
If I may, I don't know if we're gonna solve this here. I think we've identified a problem. I think a good takeaway for Jim, and I'll be glad to help you, and maybe we'll sit down with staff and identify the current state, get clarification on the future state if we were to enter into a contract in TCS, and potentially see, who else is out there in the marketplace that could perform these same services if we so desire, and get prices there, and maybe come back to council in the February meeting with a proposal.
Mr. Rigsby, when you talk with these folks, if they got a definitive sales rep that's selling us this equipment and selling us these services, are you talking directly to a technician?
No, when I talk to them, we don't get billed for that. I talk to a representative that's not a technician.
Okay, so they have a separate, inside salesperson that says, hey, we're upgrading, you've got to buy this service or we can't continue with your account. I'm just trying to get it all in my mind.
Yes,
We're
yes.
kind of having a rambling conversation here. I remember when you could go the whole day without using a computer. Before we leave this subject, I had something I wanted to bounce off Mr. Winfrey.
Okay.
I have in my package a Total Computer Solutions Master Services Agreement. On page 3 of 8, there's a strike-through of a indemnification clause in the current contract. And Mr. Winfrey, this is why lawyers are smarter than I am. When I glance at all this fine print, I don't get a lot out of it. Is there a way around us having to sign up with this? And what is going on that we have a strike through with that provision that was there to protect the town originally, I think?
Was that strike-through authorized by a former council member?
It's initialed by somebody that looks like it could possibly be the former mayor.
Oh.
And so when I'm a council member looking at this much fine print, I have no idea what to do.
Well, it's not uncommon for indemnification provisions, which are, usually say that if they get sued because of something the town does, or the town gets sued because of something they do, that the other person's whoever's at fault will jump in and defend, or whoever's alleged to be at fault will step in and defend, including whatever attorney's fees the respective parties might incur. So it's not unusual for that clause to be stricken or not even included to start with.
Okay, so don't panic.
Don't panic.
Okay,
You're fine.
thank you.
And just, Tim, for your information, the person I deal with, his initials are AM. So I believe you're correct. That looks more like a JF to me than an AM. And that's who obviously signed the document at the back, based on how he signs his signature. So I believe you're correct in who probably signed that.
Or initialed it.
Initialed it, yes, sir.
Yeah, well, Lord, it's 8 pages of fine print. It's a lot.
But if we, so do we want to just table this and then, just reach out to another vendor just to see what's out there?
I think it'd be prudent to capture, the current state, what we want our future state to look like, and discuss with staff. Certainly another vendor is possible. We just need to be very, but deliberate if we choose to go elsewhere, that we, that the transition would go smoothly and we don't lose anything.
Okay.
I'll make a motion, we continue it rather than table it so that it'll automatically come up on the February agenda so we don't lose track of it, if I may.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll second that motion. I want to make sure whatever we do, we keep our 6 copies of the separation of duties policy on our server. So,
Do you need to take that server home with you?
Yeah.
To ensure that, or
yeah.
run
Now,
extension cord from your house?
we have a motion, we have a second. Mr. Rigsby.
Aye.
Derek is aye. Jimmy?
Aye.
Tim?
I wonder if we could subsidize the town's budget by selling the comedy from this council sometimes. I am aye.
All right. Motion passes 4-0. Where's my agenda? We're at number 18, RFPs and RFQs, discussion and potential vote on town park and town water system potential capital projects. These projects involving the water system and town park would be using American Rescue Plan Act monies from the federal government. I've written 2 RFPs and 1 RFQ. I hope that council has had time to review that. It was a pleasure to write all these. My motion is going to be, because I would like legal review for any of these RFPs before they're officially submitted. I'm gonna start out with a motion, then we'll head to discussion. So I'm gonna make a motion, pending legal review from Mr. Winfrey, that the town submit RFPs, an RFP to potential vendors to install a basketball and potentially a pickleball court at the Stokesdale Town Park. On page 2 of this RFP, I would like this deleted. It really doesn't need to be there. It really just highlights the different spending thresholds between formal and informal bidding. That's more information for council than anything. If this is approved from Mr. Winfrey or with any changes Mr. Winfrey might need to add, I would like to see that deleted. That's more for council information. Is there any discussion? Did anybody second my motion?
Can I just clarify, the pickleball court, will it be attached to the basketball court or in close proximity?
Yes, it would be a separate court if the money's right. I just don't see the town being successful in incorporating pickleball lines and nets and all that and trying to share a basketball court and pickleball court in one facility. I don't think we have the resources to manage that. Plus, I think it would look nice if there was 2 separate facilities.
So will we put it, I know where the basketball court is proposed up here in this, this new section of land. Will we put it on the, like, I guess on the north side of that, of the
Jason,
basketball court, or to the side
If you
of it?
flip the pages here, there's a diagram that I drew in Excel and then an aerial diagram from the GIS that kind of would just outlay that.
Okay, I understand.
So the big rectangle would be the basketball court and the square would be the pickleball. Wanna drive home this clarification that this is simply a motion to put out RFPs. This is not a motion to spend any money or do that. That would obviously come at a later time with further discussion. I think somebody needs to second my motion. Or not, it'll just die if we don't.
I guess I'll second. Second.
Okay. Is there any further discussion?
Well, Mr. Foy, one of my hesitations in seconding the motion is I simply do not know what a pickleball court is. Maybe I'm the only one in the room that doesn't know the answer to this.
Tim, I
Is there
hear you,
another one?
brother. I hear you, brother, and you know, I can't explain the game to you. I can give an illustration that might.
It's tennis for old people.
Thank you to the gentleman in the back. I'm satisfied, Mr. Foy. Thank you.
My wife is nuts, so, I mean, just. Way to go, Robbie.
there's an element of tennis, badminton, and ping pong in there. And, it sounds tiring. I probably would never use it, but a lot of people do.
When we did the surveys, that wasn't on it. I'd never heard of pickleball, and I counted up all the surveys. And there was, I think it was about 3 people, maybe 4, and they put pickleball. I thought somebody was just funning. You know, what is pickleball? I didn't have a clue. It does look like it's fun.
You go out to Burndale, they, you take care of tennis courts.
Really? Looks like it's a lot easier to play than tennis. Yeah, but
Anybody can play.
when was it we did that? 3 years ago?
3 years ago,
Yeah, and I didn't have a clue what it was. I thought somebody was just trying to put a gag on me or something, you know. And it seems to be popular. It just wasn't on the survey, I think.
No,
maybe
it
more
wasn't.
people would have done it.
wasn't. And, you know, that's, Jim and I had talked about a pickleball court over the weekend. We had gotten some feedback from folks. Like, how about a pickleball court? And I said, well, I don't guess it would hurt to see the cost and the price, but,
No.
you know, I make no apologies for if I had to pick one of the two, it's gonna be the basketball court. That's me personally, and that also correlates with the town survey that we did.
Let's just
3 years
remember that the nature trails was number 1 on the list for the folks in the town.
Mm-hmm.
By far.
Yep,
So
yep.
let's keep that in mind when we start getting all these quotes in and everything.
Absolutely. We have a motion and a second.
Aye.
I'm aye. Jimmy
Aye.
and Tim.
Aye.
All right, Mr. Winfrey,
Play pickle.
you and I will connect.
Okay, very good.
Second thing should be, second in the packet is an RFQ, which is different than an RFP. An RFQ is often required for professional services, and this is what this RFQ does. We're soliciting an engineer to oversee the water line extension projects. I did not specify any project because the town hasn't decided yet. However, in the RFQ, 2 of the potential projects are in there, and they're in there. And I hope that you've had a chance to read this. And again, I'll make a motion that pending legal review and approval, that the town submit RFQ requesting letters of interest, statement, and qualifications for professional engineer, town of Stokesdale water line, for potential town of Stokesdale water line extensions.
I'll second, so we can talk about it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion, Jimmy?
I read through this a little bit, but I thought I saw a section in there that talked about bonding, that whoever was submitting something was, had to.
That was the amphitheater.
Was that the answer? God, I'm getting mixed, there's too much reading.
Try writing it.
Yeah, I know.
So, if I can just ask a really dumb question, is this the amount requires us to put out this document? I know there's a threshold of what has to be bid and all that.
So that's a really good question, and I'll answer that and say that my understanding of the process when you're dealing with professional engineering services, that we are strictly looking for a firm that is qualified to do the work. We would interview them, check references, and, you know, whoever counsel is the most comfortable, whatever firm counsel is most comfortable with, we would vote to enter contract negotiations at that point based off their qualifications. And then at that point, and only at that point, would pricing come up. In fact, I put, I think in the selection criteria on page 2 of the document, I was very clear to say, please do not submit fee information with your submittal. The town selects firms to provide professional services based on demonstrated competence and qualification.
Okay. So I just wanted to ensure that this was not a low bid type scenario that we were looking for. We want to make sure that we had little bit more qualification than that.
Actually, it excludes evaluating an engineering firm based on price, if you read the paperwork. Mr. Foy, the town in the past has voted to exclude itself from the Minnie Brooks Act, which requires this RFQ in the first place, as I understand it. Is this a process that we need to go through? Do we have the option of excluding ourselves from Minnie Brooks and just hiring who we want to? Has that option been considered?
I don't know if we can legally exclude ourselves from the Minnie Brooks Act. Hopefully Chuck might have that. That doesn't sound something I'd be comfortable doing.
The town in the past has absolutely done so. I was here, and unless the laws changed.
Did it do so properly?
I believe so at the time. Yeah, I investigated it, and it was vetted by the previous town attorney. So I just thought it worth mentioning.
Well, I'll just say, I'm not sure, I don't know the answer to that question about the invoking the Minnie Brook, or excluding ourselves from Minnie Brooks Act for services like this, so I'll have to look into that and see. Pardon me.
What I don't know is, are we gonna get back 3 responses or 35 responses and be, get bogged down evaluating, a lot of information with limited staff and limited council time? I don't know, I just, I don't have a better idea. I don't have a specific firm in mind or anything like that. It's just, I just know in the past, we've done that as a council.
I just don't know about the Minnie Brooks Act. It's likely, certainly likely we'll get multiple responses. And, I think anything more than 2 or 3 is gonna be a lot for the staff to look over and cancel at that.
Well, I'm
Say that
comfortable.
we have our work cut out for us might be an understatement.
Well, I'm comfortable with going where we find ourselves. I just thought it worth mentioning.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second, we're currently in discussion. Is there any further discussion? With that, I'll call question. Jim?
Aye.
I'm aye. Jimmy?
Aye.
And Tim?
Aye.
All right, the motion passes 4-0. We have one more, folks. This is separate from your packet. So, does everybody have the RFP for construction of amphitheater? A document titled that.
Yes, sir.
I have it.
Okay. I will make a motion that pending legal review, that the town of Stokesdale submit RFP for construction of amphitheater, the RFP for construction of the amphitheater.
Now, what does this do? This doesn't obligate us to build the amphitheater, does it? Or does it?
Not at all. And this is something I emailed to council, I believe, on Tuesday.
Yeah.
So my apologies if you haven't had time to review.
Well, I'm seconding it for discussion.
At this point in time, there's really nothing I have to discuss other than the Town Park Committee has, this is one of the projects that they have been working on. Full disclosure, I am a member of that committee, and we had a public meeting last week discussing the potential projects. This did come, received a favorable rating in the town survey from 3 years ago. However, it did not receive as favorable of a rating as the basketball court, trails, or playground equipment. And that's it.
I do have at least one question here before we vote.
Absolutely.
there's a an exclusive preference that has been given to polygon structures.
That's correct.
I hate that we're not considering any, an alternative. I know we can't consider all of them. When I looked at the Park Improvement Committee minutes, there was no vote specifically by the committee to confine this project to polygon structures that I can recall seeing. Can you speak to that as to why this is the only viable option?
It's not the only viable option. That was the vetted out option.
And I'm just asking general questions here, all five of us can.
These are really good questions.
Is this decision being made because of cosmetics, cost, or function, or maintenance?
Maintenance, I would say all three. The intent is, after the initial cash outlay, which will be very significant, that the maintenance on the project be minimal. And Polygon does seem to offer that. I have, T and I did take a field trip over to Jamestown to look at, some of their work.
Where's this company located?
I believe their manufacturing facilities in Michigan. I'm working with Mr. Jeff Hasley, a sales rep who's headquartered, or lives in Charlotte.
Yeah, I was just I was worried about supply chain issues that have developed with a lot of projects. And
as of 2 months ago, their lead time was roughly 12 weeks.
Roughly how much is this? Is this a in kit form that's going to be erected by their contractor or a contractor that we hire?
In my opinion, the town should seek a general contractor to oversee the entire project, so that would be.
That wasn't my question. Is this going to be erected by Polygon Shelters or a vendor selected by the town?
If the town selects a general contractor, then the general contractor would oversee the erection of this structure.
Okay.
If we specified a specific subcontractor, I am sure that could be factored into the equation by the general contractor.
Okay, currently the plan is to have a general contractor handle the erection, buy the kit and handle the erection.
As proposed in this RFP, yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm not deep enough into this to know whether or not this requires specialized tools, specialized labor, I don't know, to equate it to our elevated water tank. That's not something that just any company can undertake. So it's your feeling and the committee's feeling that most qualified general contractors would be able to erect this kit.
They would likely sub that out, and I will say, I have no problem saying, in Jamestown, they hired a contractor who was not familiar with putting one of these up, and there were issues that had to be corrected, and Polygon assisted that. And I say that because Polygon did make a point to me that they have subcontractors in the area that are familiar with their products. And their products are pretty widespreadly used. Widespreadly, is that a word? Pretty used widespread, even in the Triad area, not as well as the country.
How much is the kit again?
$57,000 was the quote from, it's probably been October, November.
Just roughly it's 57, give or take.
I want to be very clear that the project, a general contractor is given an estimate of $415,000 for the project. So when I say $57,000, I do not want to in any way, shape, or form be deceiving that this would be the cost of the amphitheater.
No, thank you for the clarification. I didn't mean to imply otherwise. I just wanted to get kind of a number in my head for the kit. And the measurements are roughly what?
25 feet by 30 feet is the square footage measurements. And also on the back, there's some illustrations.
Okay, well, thank you for addressing my questions.
There's something I want to repeat, and I know all of council knows this, and probably everybody in this room knows this, but it's worth repeating. We've talked about 3 projects tonight, and earlier we talked about a playground project. The money that would be used for that would be coming from the federal government through the American Rescue Plan Act, not from the town of Stokesdale fund balance. It's an important distinction that probably is worthy of repeating.
And also, if we don't spend it, we have to give it
And
back.
if we don't spend it, we have to give it back.
If we were going into the general fund balance, I wouldn't be voting for any of these projects.
So consequently, it would also be true that if we overspend, we're gonna dip into the general fund balance. Would that also be true?
We just gotta make sure we don't overspend.
Well, it's,
One, you know,
it can't be both ways.
That is correct, absolutely. You know, just if one overspends their monthly budget in a family, they're gonna have to dip into savings, and people don't like doing that, and it may be their intent to avoid that. I think it should be the town's intent to avoid that as well.
Okay, it's my intent as a council member not to spend one thin dime out of the general fund to finance this. So I think as we go along, we need to talk about a healthy contingency allowance in the budget for this, which may mean that we send some of the money back, or maybe that money gets moved to playground equipment or something of that nature, but,
Well, the American Rescue Plan, I mean, the whole thing's kind of silly, but, you know, it started out with a ton of restrictions, and they've all been lifted for the most part. A lot of them have been lifted. I think we would find use for any leftover funds.
I would just like to just
Okay.
kind of point out one thing along that same line, that certainly not in favor of spending anything out of our reserves, but I would like to just make a point of reference that money does belong to the citizens of Stokesdale, and if we do have to spend it, we would be spending it in their benefit. And I personally wouldn't have a problem with that, as long as it was done in a fiduciary manner.
and again, I meant as one council member, I didn't mean to imply I could override the wishes of the other 4.
Well, the good thing is we're gonna have a price, and we have the ability to vote. And I think, you know, Tim has said 1 red penny, and that's cool. I mean, I might spare a penny, but we got a lot of money, and I think we need to focus on these projects. We can do them within the budget that we have, which mirrors what the federal government has granted the town.
Well, government projects are famous for cost overruns, so that's, yeah.
we gotta look at it. I'm not for going into the general fund either. That's, like I say, it's a generation of people that save that money, you know, to where we could operate on a tax-free basis, which we've done for 30 years. And I'm not for it. I think we can do these projects and get them done all right. And, you know, maybe we'll have to cut back 1 or something if it gets down to it, and, you know, even it out with a bunch of pickleballs or something. But, you know,
Yeah.
I don't wanna give no money back, for sure. You know, we're already get cut short by Guilford County, I feel like, so.
Well, you know, that's,
I agree with that.
But I don't, you know, as far as I see it going, you know, going into our general fund, then I'll be off board. It'll be time to slow down, you know, till we get some more money. I think there'll be some more money coming, you know. Said that, you know, when I first come on board, that I was for improving this park, you know, by getting money, grant money and things, and we got it, and now we can do it. And, so, yeah, we got quite a bit to do.
a lot of work.
Gotta keep an eye on it.
A lot of work that lies ahead.
Another question, Mr. Foy, or whoever's got the answer. We have a drawing here in our packet that's labeled L1. Is there a full-size drawing of this in the town hall?
to my knowledge, not a full-size. Is there?
There might be.
Yeah, now I'm thinking about it, there is.
In the park committee folder?
There should be.
Yeah, when we met.
Yes.
I don't know that I need to see it now, but I would like to look at it next time I'm in the building.
Yeah, there absolutely is.
Give me the broke chair here, I keep falling down.
Is there any further discussion?
No.
Okay, we'll move to call question. Jim?
Aye.
I'm aye.
I'm an aye,
Jimmy?
Jimmy's aye.
Tim?
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes 4-0. Next up on the agenda is citizens' comments from the floor. Please, if anybody moves to speak, Mr. O'Connor. Danny, if you could just say your name and address, bud.
Thank you. Dan O'Connor, 7565 Barbera Drive. I'm also the president of the Auburn Homeowners Association, which, in case anyone doesn't know, actually falls into both towns of Oak Ridge and Stokesdale, approximately 230 homes, and actually falls into both sides of Haw River Road. And I reminded it, the other town next to us last week, but there was a few incidents over the last 3 years, and unfortunately some children got killed on Haw River Road, and I'm trying to bring up as much attention to that strip of road. I personally see a lot of things going on that road that shouldn't be. There's a lot of empty chicken tractor trailers flying through there as a cut through. They can't even fit on the road. They're digging into what should be gravel, but really isn't, as a shoulder. And recently, right before Christmas, there were 3 cars that actually went off the road at an intersection right near the Stokesdale and Oak Ridge border again, which actually sat directly in the middle of where each of those children were killed. So I know things take time sometimes, and I hope and I think the town is speaking with DOT, but I really would like to, for myself, for the residents of Stokesdale, for the residents of Auburn, for the families of the children that were killed, and God knows if something isn't done, something else is going to happen. It's not a question of if it happens, it's just a question of when it's going to happen. And I hope, things could speed up a little bit and there could be some things taken care of along that road. It's a long road, goes between multiple towns. And I just, I believe some extra focus needs to happen and needs to happen quicker than not. I appreciate the time. I also wanted to let Stokesdale know, if I can read something quick. We actually put together a Cause and Coffee second Saturday of every month at Stoke Ridge. And, I started it last year, and this year we collected about 130 toys during the season to give away. And we actually did that through the Oak Ridge Lions Club, and they went to Miss Terry Johnson right over here in Stokesdale. And that was in conjunction with the Good Samaritan Ministries of Stokesdale, Angel Tree, and Operation Excel in Stokesdale, along with the United Methodist Church and Old Spring Missionary Baptist Church. So it's just something I thought you should be aware of as well. Some fun and good stuff for the town and the children. Thank you for the time.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
All right, any other citizens' comments? Okay, with that, we'll move into closing comments from council. Mr. Rigsby.
I just want to thank everybody for showing up tonight. We had a lot on the agenda and a lot of things positive going forward for the town. It's going to take a lot of work over the summer, and I just hope everybody is excited as we are about the improvements to the park and other things. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you all for staying here. We're pushing 10:30, so 3.5 hours, and certainly appreciate all you being here. We some comments I have. I just kind of look on what's going on, and I don't want to dwell on what's going on the national political level, but from time to time you see what amounts to political theater, and that occurred recently with, in my opinion, in the House with appointing the speaker. But after 15 votes, you know, the inevitable did happen and that passed, and I was pleased with that. But when political theater occurs on a more local level, it can affect us personally, or it has the ability to affect us personally. And in my opinion, I think we are seeing an example of political theater occur on the Guilford County School Board right now. If you recall, in 2020, Mr. Pat Tillman was elected to the school board to represent District 3. District 3, the entire town of Stokesdale lies within District 3, so he was your representative. Mr. Tillman went on to be elected this past November to the Guilford County Commissioners. So, you know, congratulations to Mr. Tillman to his victory there. But in doing so, that created an open seat on the Guilford County School Board. There's a process in place to backfill that seat. It's not just a process, it's a statute. And if I may, I'd like to read the statute. And I promise you I'm going somewhere with this, so bear with me. It's statute 115C-37.1. B. It reads, if a vacating member, which was Mr. Tillman, he vacated his position, was elected as the nominee of a political party, and he was the nominee of the Republican Party, then the board required to fill that vacancy shall consult with the county executive committee of that party and appoint the person recommended by that party executive committee, as long as the party executive committee makes a recommendation in 30 days of the occurrence of the vacancy. To me, this statute reads pretty clear, but I'll be the first to say that the North Carolina general statutes are notorious for contradicting themselves. This part could say one thing, and this part could say the exact opposite. From what little experience I have, I've seen that. So, you know, I want to say that. Here's the rub here and how this affects people in the town of Stokesdale. And just going back to the law, the process, as the law states, was followed. The party had a nominee, but for some reason, the Guilford County School Board, along partisan lines, has blackballed this gentleman from being appointed to that seat. Why is that important to me? Because this law was followed, and in my opinion now, the law is not being followed by one of our local boards, where all of our lives are impacted on what Guilford County Schools does. I'm a big proponent of public schools, and even though I may not agree with them, I'm gracious to what all those school board members, you know, do. But there's something really concerning right now. I want to talk about the nominee that the party has nominated. This man is a teacher at Southern Guilford High School. He's taught there for 25 and a half years. He knows a little bit about the school system. He knows what's working well. He knows what we could improve upon. His classroom environment, he currently has roof leaks, the heating doesn't work, and the air conditioning doesn't work. I'm not a big hockey guy, but I love sports. That's what they call a hat trick, folks. So I think this gentleman could add value to that board. You know, it appears the law is being ignored here. You know, one could say if the shoe was on the other foot, political party swapped, would I be talking about this in here? You're daggum right, I would. And it's because of this. Roughly $375 for every $100,000 of property that Stokesdale citizens own is allocated to Guilford County Schools. So if you own $300,000 worth of property and are taxed for that, you're paying over $1,000 a year to Guilford County Schools. Well, this gentleman he's been denied the appointment 2 times now. So everybody in Stokesdale, Oak Ridge, you too, a little bit of Summerfield, and then as we get into Greensboro, everybody in District 3, right now you're being taxed without representation on that school board. Folks, taxation with representation is one of the pillars of the founding of our country. I think this is wrong. Furthermore, a $1.7 billion bond passed last year to improve Guilford County schools. I understand that all schools in Guilford County could use some improvement, no doubt. But if there is not representation on that board, who's going to be our advocate to improve our schools with this $1.7 billion? It concerns me. You know, of that $1.7 billion, Northwest Middle School and Northwest High, there's a new high school that appears to be in that first tier of that funding list with the $1.7 billion. It would be good to have a representative on that board so those projects are seen through, because it could easily happen where those projects be deprioritized because the list of things that the school system needs to do amounts to a much greater figure than $1.7 billion. We need representation on this board. We need for our local elected officials to follow the law. Follow the law. Appoint somebody who's been boots on the ground in Guilford County Schools for 25 years to come offer what he has to bring to the table. His leadership, his experience, what he's seen in the classroom. You know, the answer to me, it seems simple. You know, stop the political theater, respect the nominee's First Amendment rights. The explanation that the school board is given for not appointing this guy, there's two of them. One, that he's a current Guilford County School employee, and a current Guilford County School employee cannot serve on the board. Well, that's a good reason. However, this gentleman has said he would resign, tender his resignation upon his appointment. The motion could be made to appoint the gentleman with the condition that he tenders his resignation and that he be allowed to serve. The second reason that has been given to the media, if y'all maybe have seen this on the news, it's out there on the big media channels, is that the gentleman has publicly said bad things about the school board. Guys, the First Amendment protects us from being able to speak negatively in how you feel against the government. You know, a lot of people may have, that's really what the First Amendment protects, the freedom of speech and First Amendment. That's what it protects, is your right to speak out against the government. And this guy has concerns. He works in the classroom. You're daggum right, he has concerns. He's voiced those concerns. Well, the majority of that school board, I guess, does not like that he exercised his First Amendment right, that he voiced those concerns. So, you know, focused at the task at hand, doing what's best for the school system, doing what's best for our children, embrace differing opinions. Differing opinions will lead to better outcomes, lead to more discussion. There does not need to be groupthink within Guilford County Schools. They have a lot of money at their disposal, and there's a lot of projects to do. You know, with all this said, I truly am grateful for everybody that has served on that school board. I know they make a lot of sacrifices with their time, but they were elected to lead and not engage in petty behavior and political theater. So let's, you know, I hope that they come back to the table the third time, follow the law and do what's right, and ensure that citizens of Stokesdale have representation on the Guilford County School Board. Because right now, we do not, and that is a problem. You know, Michael Logan is sitting in the back. He is the gentleman that I'm speaking about. You know, he's sat back there quietly. I have a very high opinion of Mr. Logan and the service he's done for students. I would, this kind of is against script, what we normally do here, but Mr. Logan, I would yield any additional time I may have, which I think is a lot, if you would like to say something, because I'm kind of putting you on the spot. But and let me say one thing. If I've spoken incorrectly about my understanding of the situation, please correct me.
Well, I think you understand it quite well.
Well, hold on a second. Mr. Foy, how much time are we allotting to this gentleman? To, you know, like 5 minutes or 50 minutes?
No, I'm not gonna talk 5 minutes. I think y'all ready to go home.
I mean, I'm not gonna object to him speaking, but I do wanna have some understanding that you know, we're not gonna,
2 minutes, Mr. Logan? I mean, I just want to give you the
Yeah, by all
opportunity to
means, sir.
introduce yourself.
They could have got 3 at the beginning and 3 at the end, so.
Yeah.
I do understand that quite well, and that is very important because I am changing from a school teacher to a politician. And if you give a politician a chance, they will speak. I am a 25-year veteran teacher, career and technical education, which basically means I teach kids to get jobs, skills to work. My kids went to Stokesdale Elementary. My kids went to Northwest Middle, Northwest High. Northwest, at that time, had the trailers, and we just put $600,000 worth of roofing on those trailers. And those were temporary trailers at that time. In August, Joint Concessions Committee with Guilford County and Guilford County School Commissioners and the school board meet on the $300 million bond. And they're already saying we need $170 million to do what we want to do with the $300 million bond. We just gave them 100 or 1.7 billion dollars. What is it going to take? They can quit. What is it going to take to fill that? What is it going to take to fill that? $1.7 billion. How is it going to fund what we need? Money's not spent correctly. I had someone come out and recharge my AC in my shop or in my classroom last month. It'd been out for a year. And I sat there and told him, I work on cars. I teach working on cars. And he's recharging my AC. I'm looking at him going, that's not gonna fix it. We hit the heat wave last month, or last week, North Carolina. I kept my AC on in my classroom. Guess what? It didn't work. So I run the AC in my shop, let it go into the classroom. I run the heat in my classroom to go out in my shop. And then my roof leaks in my other room. Our schools are in sad condition. We've seen Northwest High School. We see the condition it's in. We see the improvements that need to be. 3 major land purchases have been made, or pieces of land have came for sale around Northwest High School. I don't believe Guilford County purchased. You literally could have built a school across the street, tore down Northwest Middle School, expanded the high school, and created very little inconvenience for the students in Stokesdale, Oak Ridge, and the rest of unincorporated Guilford County that feeds into Northwest High School.
Well, thank you for the introduction, Mr. Logan. I really don't have any questions, but Jim, my takeaway here is the town of Stokesdale needs representation on that board. You are willing to tender your resignation early to serve on this board. Essentially retire early.
Actually, yeah. but
Take a pay cut.
Authorized statement at the board meeting.
Well, I wish you, I thank you for everything you do, and I wish you all the luck. The citizens of Stokesdale need representation. Yes, sir. My apologies for going off script a little bit there. Jimmy, what you got, bud?
Lord mercy, I'm
Yeah.
off track here. That's okay. Thanks to everybody for staying and the comments that, everybody makes. We run an pretty open meeting, and we're glad to hear from everybody. And it's great to be in a town like we're in. I appreciate living here myself. It's changing, but it's still a great town. You can tell that by the way everybody's wanting to move in. I wish it'd slow down a little bit, but that's okay. I don't blame them. I'd want to come too. So thanks, everybody, for coming tonight.
Thanks, Jimmy. Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Foy. I want to thank the 5 people that are still here. I mean, I've done it. I've sat out there at these meetings, and it gets old. Yeah, I want to address Mr. Foy's comment about the Freedom Caucus. I think they won important concessions in Congress. There was purpose to what they were doing. And I support every elected official's right to have their opinions and voices heard. So often that I've been here in one of these seats in the minority in the past, and I respect that. I just would encourage anybody that has got issues and questions about that to at least do the research and see why those people were standing up for what they stood up for and the concessions they were after. Everybody's got an opinion, and I certainly appreciate Pat Tillman running for office, and I do not doubt one little bit that the Guilford County School Board is engaged in attempting to circumvent the Republican Party's pick for that empty seat. It doesn't surprise me one little bit. Unfortunately, there's not much I can do about it, but I was aware this was going on. But these two gentlemen have just made my case as to why I support school vouchers, charter schools, school choice. I think that's the only way it's ever going to get fixed. It saddens me too with the way the Guilford County schools operate. Unfortunately, there just are not enough voters in northwest Guilford County to really impact how Guilford County and the Guilford County schools conduct their business. Certainly we can complain, but that's kind of the root problem. I was, many years ago, I would have liked for Guilford County to have had a choice about merging the schools with High Point and Greensboro, and Guilford County was not given that choice. It was taken away from us by the state legislature, and the rest is history. But again, I thank you all for coming.
Okay, thank you to council, thank you to all the folks. Announcements, the Town of Stokesdale Town Planning Board will hold a meeting on January 26, 2023 at 7 p.m. inside the chambers located right here. The town, and that address is 8325 Angel Pardue Road, Stokesdale, North Carolina, 27357. Also, the next town council regularly scheduled meeting will occur on Thursday, February 9th, 2023 at 7 p.m. With that, I would like to make a motion in accordance with statute 143-318-11 that we go into closed session for the permitted purpose to consult with an attorney employed by the public body to preserve attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the public body.
I'll second the motion.
Jim?
Aye.
Am I? Tim?
Aye.
Okay, with that, thank you very much for coming, folks. We will enter into a closed session meeting.
Oh, man. Yeah, you'll be coming out of the adjourned. Yeah.
right, welcome back, folks. Thank you for staying. See you out there. I'll make a motion that we can reconvene in open session. Jim?
Aye.
Well, I guess I need a second.
Second.
Jim?
Aye.
Aye? Jimmy?
Aye.
Tim?
Aye.
All right. This is a motion I meant to make earlier, and I'll go ahead and make it now. Pending legal advice and approval, that we as a town advertise these RFPs and RFQs that have been approved tonight via electronic method, whether it be posting on a league of municipality or websites, state websites for RFQs, or email electronic email to potential vendors. That's my motion. I might have something to say if it's seconded.
I'll second the motion.
All right. So my understanding of reading the general statutes, and I'll shoot that to you, and it may be somewhat dated because electronic communication is, relatively new, 20 years old. But the statute states that I believe the statute states that the council would have to approve the electronic advertising of such RFPs. So that's what this motion is for. And again, it's pending legal approval. Any other questions, comments? I'll call question. Jim?
Aye.
Am I? Jimmy?
Aye.
Tim?
Aye.
Okay, folks. We've had council comments, announcements. Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
All right.
Aye.
Aye.
Second.
Jim? Tim?
Second. Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
All right. Thank you, folks.
And the bad part of the day, right before lunch, we had some waivers and affidavits, and guy had to sign a waiver, and he said, I just want to handle it today, and the judge gave him a continuance. He started, man, this book, I've been here like 2 or 3 times, and it went downhill from there, so I kind of went